So please welcome my guest for this evening, Lonestar Colt. Howdy, partner.
Howdy, partners. What's going on?
Not
What's cracking?
much. Welcome on in, Colt. So I'm sure that the folks in chat already know who you are, but for anyone who might not, if you could introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. My name's Lonestar Colt, and I'm a rootin' tootin' gunslinging cowboy. And I usually play competitive games, fast-paced games, action-y games, that kind of stuff. I love retro, and I love singing, and I love doing funny voices, just like this one.
Yes, indeed. Very excited to have you on tonight, and I do have a couple of really hard-hitting questions, I must say. You know, I only ask the most controversial hot-take questions here on Vtuber Talk, the first of which
Absolutely.
being, you mentioned to me right before we went live that you made yourself a big bowl of ice cream. What type of ice cream was it?
It was a Bluebell vanilla ice cream.
Ooh, oh, wow. Okay, so if you are from Texas, you know Bluebell. That is a regional thing. That it is not a nationally distributed brand, so that feels... I legitimately did not know what you had, but the specificity of Bluebell vanilla just makes me smile. So that is...
You have to include that. If you're from Texas and you're saying vanilla ice cream, and you don't specify Bluebell, then you're just having the lesser ice cream. You know?
Indeed. And you mentioned you even put an Oreo in there just to spruce things up a little bit.
Just to liven things up.
Yeah.
Just one Oreo as a treat.
Yes. And the next very controversial, hard-hitting question, what are your opinions on cowboy hats? I'm curious because yours has the little wingtips, which are not necessarily standard on cowboy hats. Do you feel that the wingtips, I'm not even sure, frankly, that's the right term here, is like something that more cowboy hats should have? Is it just something that you particularly enjoy? Do you have any preferences on style, form, or function for cowboy hats?
Not really. It just looks cool. So I tipped the wings on it. You know,
Yeah.
I had this custom made, and by that I stole it.
Of course.
And he didn't have the. It was more of a classical kind of cowboy hat. But I decided I'm just gonna bend this all the way and ruin the hat because screw it.
Yeah, it gotta look
looks better
stylish.
that way.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I myself have never actually invested in a cowboy hat because if you want a good cowboy hat, those things are not cheap. They are well made, though, that if you invest properly, it can be a hat for life, or at the very least, many, many years.
I've had numerous cowboy hats over the years, and one of my more recent ones was over $200 that I didn't buy myself. It was a gift.
That sounds
but
right.
It was over $200.
And that, you know, good fancy hats, whether it be a cowboy hat or if you're gonna buy like a good bowler or a fedora, and I'm not talking like, you know, the little neckbeard trilbies, but if you want a good formal hat, because good formal hats are not just the little trilbies that have unfortunately become more popularized and associated with folks that are not worthy of a formal hat, shall we say. But they aren't going to be cheap, but they're going to be made well if you get them from the right places.
Absolutely. One of the ones I used to have was a small leather, it was made of a leather.
Ooh.
And it was really sturdy and really good, but it would wrinkle over time. And the one I have now is one of the classical. It's made of a classical material. I can't remember the name of the material off the top of my head, but it's very firm. It doesn't bend that easily. It kind of feels fake, but it's not, right? Like if you held it in your hand and you like touched just part of it,
you might think, hey, is this faux leather? Is this some sort of plastic material? But no, just if you get it done really well and that it's held together very taut and fitted well, that I could see how it could almost sort of horseshoe, pun half intended here, around to feeling fake.
And to clean them, I actually have a special tool as well, where it's like a special metalish brush. Like, it feels metal, it's not really metal. And you just brush the ends, to clean it, and make sure it's furred properly, because it actually does, like, if you don't do that all the time, it will
it'll get dirty, splotchy,
dirty and staticky too. It's like the individual hairs of the hat will like start to stand up, and it will look really ugly.
Yeah. That there is an art to it, and I will admit I am not fully familiar with that art, but I know enough about it to know that there is a lot that goes into it. And I bought myself a nice hat for some formal occasions some time ago, and frankly, I haven't had enough occasions to wear it recently, and I suppose part of that is the past, 3-4-ish years, that there was a good segment where a lot of gatherings weren't happening, so that naturally cut into the number of occasions that I had to wear it. But even then, actually, come to think of it, shoot, did I leave that at my childhood home? Crap, I may have. I need to look into that. So thanks for the reminder, Colt. I really appreciate it.
Oh, not a problem. I sensed there was something amiss, and so that's why I mentioned it.
So thoughtful of you. But yes, as you mentioned, you're a rootin' tootin' cowboy. You actually just celebrated your 3rd anniversary, so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You very appropriately started that celebration at high noon. Was that specifically to be on brand, or was that just because you knew it was going to be a longer stream and you wanted to start it around midday?
So, actually, it's kind of both. Usually, any long-form event that I do starts at noon. That's always been the case.
It's a logical enough time to start anyways, even if it weren't on brand.
But I could have started at, I could have, slept in, woke up at, 2, and made all my events happen at, 3 o'clock or something like that, But, no, I just decided, noon sounds like the right time.
Yeah. Plus, I feel like noon central, because that is a time zone you're in, it's the time zone I'm in, actually, ends up being pretty convenient for those on the coasts in North America or in these time zones anyways, because it doesn't end up being too late for those that are a bit eastern, and it doesn't end up being too early for those that are a bit in the west. That for my own anniversary charity marathon, which I ran in January and will be doing again this coming year, that I started at, I say it's 10 a.m. Pacific time, specifically because if you put noon any time zone, that it always ends up being confusing, because, the AM PM flip-flop there sometimes makes people do a double take. So I just put it in the other time zone to make it a bit more readable, I suppose. But that's when I end up scheduling things as well, because I do find it just genuinely ends up working very well.
Yeah. I think everyone should use CST, honestly. I think everyone on the other side of the world should start using CST as well.
It's just a good time zone.
It's just a good time zone.
I didn't grow up in this time zone, but after I started living in it, I was like, oh, wait, this actually just ends up being very convenient, that having that middle ground, just it's very comfortable. So you had a lot going on. I know you had some good Riichi Mahjong. You had a bunch of different games going on. It was very fun to see. Had several folks that have actually been on this very show on that stream, and it was sort of fun to tune and be like, oh, I know this person, and Colt's going to be on in a week, and it was very nice. Was there any particular highlights from the event?
I really liked... honestly, the marbles stream, the marbles on stream was oddly satisfying. I never gave that game a shot because I thought it would be just kind of boring overall. But it was actually really hyped and satisfying, especially doing the commentary and having all my friends on. I really wanted to have all my good pals on, and a lot of them came, and it was just it gave me a lot of good vibes. Just a lot of good vibes.
Happy to hear that, and that 3 years is a lot of time. That as far as the VTuber community goes, that puts you in, for lack of a better term, the elder VTuber sphere, at least in terms of experience.
Oh no, you just caught me a hag. Oh!
In all fairness, if you're a hag, so am I. So, hags together strong.
Hello there, Sonny.
Hey there. Hey there,
What's
Sonny
going
boy.
on?
How you doing?
Howdy, folks. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, basically. But I haven't actually given marbles a chance myself, this mostly being due to the fact that I only have ever actually played games on this channel once, and that was as a reward for the charity marathon. But now that you mention it, marbles could be something that I have as part of my own anniversary charity marathon, because it's largely meant to be a surprise, just chatting stream, but marbles in and of itself is very much a just chatting game, but it allows people to be a bit more involved, have a bit more investment. So I may actually have to look into that. I hadn't even considered it until you said it just now.
Yeah, it's pretty good for that kind of thing. You know, it's you're talking, and everyone gets to feel like they're participating.
And creates sort of that storyline of as you go through the race, and it makes people want to stick around, stay tuned in, stay invested. And yeah, so thank you. I'm actually noting that down, because as we start to get closer and closer to January, which is when my anniversary is, that I'm thinking more and more actively about how I might end up changing things.
Your anniversary's in January.
Yes, January 15th is the first, is the day that the first episode...
You went live on my birthday?
That's your birthday?
That's my exact birthday.
Hell yeah.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, there was no significance of that date for me. That just happened to be when things lined up for me and my first guest, Lane Blanc. And it was a Saturday. It worked out nicely. And that now I always have my charity event on the Saturday, Sunday closest to that. And that even if it's not on the exact day, I think this year it's going to end up being the 13th, 14th. And that I do 2 12-hour segments, at it being noon to midnight Central, 10 to 10 Pacific on the Saturday and Sunday, for a total of 24 hours.
Wow.
Because I had initially been considering doing a 24-hour stream, and when I told one of my past guests, they said, don't do that. I've never seen someone do a 24-hour stream and still be having fun in the 24th hour. And it was sort of a wake-up moment for me, that I was thinking, just sort of, all right, it has to all be on the actual anniversary date. And them saying that made me realize, wait, I don't need to actually do that. So I split it up, and that I've done it for 2 years now, and I've always felt like I was going strong. And I've actually gone over a couple hours. I think, one day may have gone 13, one day may have gone 14, just because the conversation was really good. But I do realize now that if I had tried to go 24, I probably would have been dragging near the end, and that is one of the simplest and most formative things that has happened in that event's creation.
Yeah, and it's true. I did a 24-hour stream once, and
they're not impossible. They're not impossible, but it's just the way they said it, and I sort of began thinking of all the 24-hour streams that I had seen up until that point, that up till hour 18 or so, you're going strong, and then it just, naturally tapers off very quickly, and by the time you're at the end, while it's supposed to be the big finale and the big emotional moment, you're just really groggy and kind of looking forward to not being live anymore, and I feel like you don't want to go out with a whimper like that.
Yeah, there's some certain cases where I think it could be entertaining.
Yeah,
but...
and there are some folks that are just miraculously able to do that. That it is not an impossible task, but it's a tall order, to be sure.
For sure.
And I knew, at least for myself, that I would probably be in the camp of fading around hour 20 or something.
Oh yeah, it was tough. It was rough. I remember specifically, we were watching a YouTube video about the Seattle Mariners.
Ooh.
and May and Hina Bobina were there trying to keep me up. Like, they were trying to keep me awake, and I was just
nope. And
I
also
like,
just feel like if you're watching videos at that point, it's way too easy to fall asleep. That part of why I like to keep mine as just full-time, just chatting, is because it means that I'm going to be much more actively involved mentally. I feel like if I were to do reaction content, especially in the later hours, that I would be much more likely to fall asleep at the wheel. But I am curious, how was that video? The only thing I really know about the Seattle Mariners is that for a good chunk of their history, that Nintendo of America was a minority stakeholder.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? The Seattle Mariners video is it's like a 3-hour long video documentary
Oh, it's one of those.
about how they're just the weirdest baseball team ever. Just flat out the weirdest, because they had so many of the best players that the MLB has ever seen in its entire history.
And they've not been able to really convert it into postseason success.
Absolutely. Like, they just lose all the time.
That I'm a very casual sports fan, that I will sort of keep a vague awareness of what's going on in the NFL, the MLB, and to some extent the NHL and NBA. Of just, I know the names of all the teams. I know which ones are usually pretty good. In terms of like the number of games that I actually tune into for any given league in any given year, is probably 2 or less. That I don't watch, but I sort of keep up with the headlines, like, oh, they're doing well, and I like the overall narrative. Are you very much of a sports person at all, or did you wind up on the Seattle Mariners video just out of happenstance?
Just out of happenstance, really. I am not that much of I played sports when I was a child.
Same.
I played a lot of sports. My dad was the kind of person who only he forced me to play sports. Didn't really force me. I found them fun, but he was like really pushing.
Very much
me to play
encouraged
sports.
it.
Yeah. But, and it's not that I don't like them still. I would go outside and play sports with anyone, even right now. Like, I would just do it. But I don't care about the teams or professional play or anything like that. It doesn't entertain me.
Yeah, that for me, I grew up playing, actually, baseball was what I played for several years, and it was one of those, little league situations where you just sort of get put in a pool with folks, and that if you knew certain people in the league, you could request to be put on the same team. I didn't really know a bunch of folks, so I just got put on random teams, and I always got put on teams with assholes. And after the third or so year, and being on a team where there was just a bunch of folks I really didn't get along with, that sort of ended that, and I took up some individual sports for a little while, and then later wound up being a band geek and a drama kid. And fortunately, my parents were very, very supportive of it, that they were surprised in, my room growing up, even just, as a toddler, that they had sort of defaulted to, all right, we're going to decorate it, we're going to put some sports stuff up here because, it's a baby boy, yada yada. And that it wasn't that I was entirely turned away from sports, but they were like, we didn't expect to have a kid that was into drama and band, but they ended up being very supportive, and now my dad listens to Broadway show tunes, so there you go.
That's
dragged
pretty
him
cool,
into
actually,
it.
though.
But and I know the MLB playoffs are going on right now, and apparently all the teams that were supposed to do really well have just lost in the first round. That like all of the teams that had better records in the regular season just completely failed in the first round of the playoffs, and that's something that's much more emblematic of baseball, of being, pun half intended, a very swingy sport. That if the teams get hot at the right time, they're much more likely to do well or do poorly than you might see in basketball. There just ends up being a lot more variance. But, that ends up being just sort of the thing I see. But I don't believe the Mariners were in the mix at all, so... And now the Nintendo of America, I think, sold their stake a couple years ago, so we don't even have that.
Yeah, they also lost pretty much all their good players too, and there was one guy, Ichiro Suzuki, I think his name was.
Yes, yeah.
He was the Seattle Mariner, right? Like,
yes,
Mariner.
Yeah, that he was
like
their
the
all-star, the face of the team.
Yeah, and I don't think his record has ever been broken about how many just hits in a single game,
or
in any game, or in the entire season, or something like that. He just has a work record, and it's weird that I only learned about how it works, like how the Hall of Fame works, because they said that this guy's not in the Hall of Fame, and I was like, well, why the hell not? Well, he's like, the greatest hitter ever. Why is he not in the Hall of Fame? And it's because you have to be retired for like 10 years before they put you in the Hall of Fame.
Yes, yeah. And that's a standard thing across most sports leagues, that you have to be removed from the league for 5 to 10 years before you can get into the Hall of Fame. And
Yeah,
that's
so
just
weird.
Partially it ends up being because it's supposed to be some for folks who are retired. And at least in that sense, it makes sense to sort of create some sort of standard, in that it then also creates sort of it creates a mental test of, are they able to stand the test of time of being someone that even 10 years after they have left the game, that they still that their records are still big, or that they still mentally occupy an important place in the sport. So some folks don't end up getting into the Hall until very late, because they just play the game so damn long, they retire so damn late, that you look at them and like, wait, why aren't they in the Hall? And it's like, well, they were playing until 2 years ago. Oh. But he very much strikes me as a first ballot Hall of Famer that I don't think he will have any issue getting in once he is technically eligible, and it's just a matter of technicality, when not if, at this point.
Right.
So you mentioned that you enjoy competitive games. You've been doing a lot of different games, though, lately, that you've been doing your One Sitting Sunday series, and that's been sort of a newer thing that you've been up to. I remember I was tuning in for your playthrough of Super Mario 64, which it was your first time through, and there aren't many folks, I suppose, I suppose I'm speculating a bit on age here, but I feel like it's such a classic game that a lot of people have played. So to see that you hadn't played 64 before was kind of surprising, and you took to it very naturally, certainly. But I'm curious, how did that one... How was that experience for you? Because I'm sure it has a lot of hype. Did it live up to the hype for you?
Yeah, I think it I don't usually let people hype me up that much when it comes to like how good a video game is. With the exception of God Hand. I think that video game is the best. Everyone go play God Hand right now. But generally speaking, it was a really polished game. And that's what I value the most in video games, is how polished it is. Like, a lot of people will say, for instance, Sonic Frontier recently came out, and everyone sings its praises, right? Like, it's really good. It's a return to 3D Sonic and stuff like that. And when I play it, the only thing I see is all of the bugs, because it is a very buggy game. Even right now, it's still buggy.
So what type of bugs are we talking? That, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, somewhat famously, is regarded as a relatively buggy game. Its bugs are very much contained to visuals, though. That functionally, the battle system is as polished as ever. That I've never heard of somebody crashing out in the middle of battle because some move didn't play nicely with some ability. That does it look particularly good? Can you clip through a couple of environments in terms of aesthetics?
So
but
in Sonic Frontier, it's like a bunch of clipping and a bunch of like, there's a moment where you're running on a ramp and you could just stand upside down on the ramp, because like the game you're just like not like it considers you as having all the speed,
momentum
that
gets
you should,
lost,
but all the momentum is gone. So
okay, so that's a functional bug.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of people that doesn't bother them, and to me, really, it doesn't bother me, right? It's not going to stop me from playing the game, but it is going to stop me from giving it a good score.
Yeah,
right.
And it certainly will take you out of the moment.
And like some of my favorite games of all time are like 3 out of 10 games, right? So it's not like the worst thing ever. It's just I can't give a good score to a game that's not polished
Yeah.
that well. And I'm not talking about, because every game is buggy, but I'm not talking about bugs that take years to find, or you have to do the most specific series of setups in order to perform.
Yeah, if you have to take multiple unnatural game actions to get a bug, I don't consider that an issue. That means, okay, there's so many lines of code in a game, and goodness knows there are exponentially more lines of code in games today than even when it was Nintendo 64, and exponentially more than when it was farther back in gaming's history. And a lot of the sort of heuristics I use for bugs in games that I play is how many people are going to see this naturally.
Right.
If it's something that is, this bug appears 100% of the time in the main quest of the game, and even if it's just a visual bug, if it's going to appear for 100% of players, that's pretty bad, because it means that, in all likelihood, it had to have been seen and had to have been accepted as, we're going to ship with this bug, and that I will acknowledge that for business purposes, sometimes you just need to get the game out the door.
Right.
But then there's sort of standards of, all right, if this bug is this visible, I doubt that it was unknown unless you had in your final build something break.
Right. And with that kind of thing can happen.
And it can. But then also just, if it's a functional bug and it doesn't hit 100% of folks, but it hits like 20, that's a lot. That's a big deal. But if it's less than 1% are going to hit this naturally, but then some speedrunners are going to use it, whatever.
Yeah.
That if it has to be you going out of your way to hit it, that's not so bad. But it sounds like Frontiers, because I've not played Frontiers myself, actually. I've heard mixed reviews. I've heard it's one of the better Sonic games of the past while.
Yeah.
My gold standard for Sonic remains Sonic Adventure 2. I adore that game in every way.
Oh, dude, what level's your Chow?
Oh, gosh. I remember crying when my Chow died because I apparently missed, I don't know what I missed. There was probably some animal that I forgot to give it, because you had to give it one of every animal at least, and that there was, I don't know. And, but the Chow Garden in Sonic Adventure 2, just the story in Sonic Adventure 2, the levels were fun. Camera, could it be a little bit wonky? Yes, but find me a N64, GameCube, even, PlayStation, Xbox. In that era, cameras were still being fine-tuned, and goodness knows, even in Mario 64, the camera is notorious for being shaky, shall we say.
At best.
But where would you end up rating Sonic Frontiers, even if it's not going to be getting necessarily that perfect score?
Say like a 7.
Okay, so that's still solid.
It's like a 7, yeah. I had a very enjoyable time, and the story was pretty decent, actually. It's just that the biggest issue I had were the bosses felt weird to fight against. I wouldn't say like they were bad, but they just felt like kind of a chore compared to the rest of the game. Like I would rather do like the secret levels over and over and all that kind of stuff. And the bosses just felt like they were there.
And was that part of your one sitting Sunday, or was that just a game that you picked up on your own?
Oh, that was just a game I picked up on my own. I was not going to stream that game.
What is the longest that a one sitting Sunday has ever taken, if you recall?
Well, I've only done...
Because it is a relatively new... Yeah.
And the games I've done are Rising Zan, the Samurai Gunman, Super Mario 64, and Sub-Zero Mythologies. And I think Sub-Zero Mythologies actually takes it.
Ooh, and about how long was that one?
And the reason for that, it wins out of technicality, because I started it up on Sunday, and a lightning storm kicked out my power.
Okay, I don't count downtime.
Well, I'm not counting downtime either. But I had to restart, you see, because I'm not gonna beat it.
Oh.
I'm not gonna try to beat it unless it's all in one go.
Okay. That makes sense.
So I'm just tallying up the amount of time that I was live with it is like 12, 13 hours.
Yep, that makes sense. And if you had to just do a full-on reset, that even if it wouldn't have taken the most on a clean run, that added together, it does make for your longest one-sitting Sunday.
Yeah, exactly.
We are currently broadcasting on a Saturday night. I forget your schedule. Do you have a one-sitting Sunday planned for tomorrow?
No, I'm actually on a bit of a break right now.
Cool down after the
a little bit of a
anniversary.
cool down. I don't know if I'm going to go live this week either. There's a lot of stuff that's happening right now, so I'm just taking it slow, and then maybe closer to the end of October I'll start doing some stuff again.
Gotcha. Do you have planned for whenever that may be what your next sitting Sunday or what your next one sitting Sunday will be?
So one sitting Sunday are games that I've either never played before, or I played when I was really little but never beat. And those are the criteria. If I've beaten the game, it's automatically excluded. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, it has to be a fresh experience, and that
exactly.
If you've played it, but it was so far back, you were 6, 7, 8 years old and never beat it, that's not going to count. So it has to be that essentially first playthrough.
Exactly. So, would it surprise you if I were to say that every single Mario game falls under that category?
Kind of, yes. I certainly don't begrudge someone for having not beaten all the Mario games. Goodness knows I haven't, but well, actually, I'll ask this question. Did you grow up with a Nintendo console?
Yeah. I grew up with every single console I ever had was Nintendo. Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64. I actually had an original NES.
In that case, yes, I am surprised that if somebody grew up and they happened to have a PlayStation or an Xbox or just never own a Nintendo console, I can see obviously how they would miss Mario, but the fact that you had Nintendo consoles, and as it seems, many of them, and didn't actually have or complete a Mario game in that span does kind of surprise me. Is there a particular reason for that? Is it just you don't really enjoy platforms or did not at the time?
So I was beholden to my dad, right? My dad was the guy. If he liked a game, then that was the game we were getting, right? He actually did like Mario, but he had already beaten them by the time I was pretty much born and stuff. And we had to sell and pawn stuff a lot when I was a kid, so I never held on to a console for a long time, especially a Nintendo console. They were always trading hands, and I was always trading games, trying to get whatever I could. No Mario game ever showed up in my hands, just none of them. Never had one. I was always interested in Pokemon Stadium. All the Zelda games. I managed to get all the Zelda games. I beat every single Zelda game. I even beat the CDI games, and I also beat Link's Crossbow Training. The only Zelda game the only two Zelda games I've never beaten are the two newer ones because I hate open world games.
I'm more impressed on the CDI ones. That I remember seeing the Link's Crossbow Training because that was freaking everywhere that you could get, and it was only like $25-$30 and came with the peripheral and everything. And that was easy to come by. But the CDI ones, especially by modern standards, did not have a big print run in the West because they did so poorly. So the fact that you actually got them and played them, that I have not played them myself. I just know the classic memes for the king and everything. And join me, Link, and I will make your face the greatest in all of Korodai, or you will die.
Or you will die. Yeah, I had actually a lot of good memories with them because they were from my my aunts, my great aunts, and she had, because again we were the My family was rather on the not so well ended ones. My great aunt had all of the game consoles that I grew up with.
Mm-hmm.
So any game that my dad didn't get me, my aunt probably had. And we
Gotcha.
would go there frequently because my dad loves his aunt and I loved our aunt. So I have 3 games that are the very first, potentially the very first games that I ever played. Can't remember which one came first because I was literally three
When
years
you're
old.
that young that it just blurs together.
Like I was literally 3 years old. But it was either Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, Chrono Trigger, or Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Wow. What a set of starting points. Not only is that 3 very different genres, but 3 relative gold standards in each of their genres and each of their franchises.
Yeah, I was blessed.
Also, just
that my aunt had
some of those are
those.
really difficult for a 3-year-old. That when you get to the later parts of Link to the Past, it's not an easy game. That you brush up against an enemy with 1 pixel, and oops, there go 5 hearts.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because when I was that young, my aunt let me play on her file, which was started at the top of the gold pyramid, and it already had the hole that Ganon flew through and stuff like that. And I would just go around killing things, and the Cyclopses I would get my ass beat from. I would just like run into them and die
Yeah.
essentially. Because those guys were hard. But Chrono Trigger never, as a kid, I never got like as a 3 to 5-year-old.
Yeah, that
never
is
got past
dense RPG stuff right there. I would not expect someone who's 3 years old to be able to get very far in that game.
I actually got decently far, but well, I just say decently far, but I got further than I would have expected. But I never was able to get past the first time you go to the future.
Ah, okay. Now, admittedly, I've not played through the game myself. I've seen others play it, and I know the basic beats of the game. And a lot of this comes from the fact that, unlike you, my family was not gamers. That as the story goes, my father bought a Super Nintendo. No, it was just an NES actually. Shortly after my parents' honeymoon, and my mother got sick on the honeymoon, and that my father was playing Mario a lot while she was just on the couch recovering, and that to this day, the Mario overworld theme sort of has that mental association of being sick for my mother, and so she doesn't care for it much, and that after my dad had beaten that game, that he wasn't, a super big gamer or anything, so they wound up selling it before I was born. It's not that they were inherently opposed to gaming, just like, video games are bad, this, that, the other. They just weren't really into it, and that since my mother had this understandably not pleasant mental association with them, they hadn't gone out of their way to get into games more themselves. So I grew up not really having that as an education, so to speak. My cousins, some of them had consoles, so I'd play a fair bit when I was over at their place, but then could never play single-player games. It was always going to be, all right, Mario Party, Mario Kart, anything multiplayer. You're not going to get into a RPG like Chrono or some of the Zelda games that I didn't play, Link to the Past or Ocarina of Time or anything like that, because even if my cousins owned it, that's not what you're going to play when you're over at their house, because it's a single-player game. So I wound up getting into all those around age 10, 12, which is, not late, but certainly later.
Exactly. And stuff like that, I've had similar experiences only because, like I said, I did actually grow up in a, like, all my family loved games, but we had to sell them often. So I would lose out on a whole, like, it was hard to beat games because I would lose out on all my progress, and then if I ever got the game again, I'd have to start all over.
Yep.
I remember that happened with Gauntlet, Dark Legacy.
Ah, yep. Now I know Gauntlet. I'm trying to remember what platform it was on though.
It was on 64.
Okay, yes.
Well, the original Gauntlet was on like.
Well, that was an arcade game initially, if memory serves.
It was like, yeah, arcade or like DOS or something like that. It's like real old.
Because I remember playing that at an arcade once, or like I think there was even a summer camp that had just like a couple of arcade cabinets set to free, and that we would get to go there like once a week for an hour, and that everyone would always crowd around for Gauntlet.
Yeah,
GameCube.
Gauntlet's really good. I might want to do like a Gauntlet like 4-player, because it's a 4-player game. I want to do like a 4-player.
That could make a fun group stream. Yeah,
that might be really fun.
So you mentioned you played all the Zelda games, and while you missed the Mario ones, and I'm guessing that those will probably end up being on your hit list for one sitting Sundays. But
definitely,
that you did end up playing all the Zelda ones, with the exception of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, because you're not a particularly big fan of open world, which is very fair. In the broader Zelda canon, are there any particular games that have stood out to you of just being, your favorites for either nostalgic reason? Majora's Mask. Okay, that was fast. That was another one that I missed out on, not growing up with an N64, and I still have yet to actually play it start to finish myself. But I feel like nowadays, if I have someone on the show that is a Zelda fan, some 50% of the time or more, that's the answer for people's favorite Zelda game. And that it's kind of interesting, because I feel like back in the day, at least for the friends that I grew up with, that a lot of folks played it, and that it was regarded as like cool and quirky and different, but it is very much an oddity for Zelda games, even now. And that it's very dark, there's a lot of different things going on, but that it's aged so well.
It has. And I think there's a few reasons for that. It has a lot of replayability. Because of the time system and everything like that, you can kind of plan your own route throughout the game. You're not beholden to a specific locked-in route.
Yeah.
If you know where to go and get things early and stuff like that, you can just go whichever direction you want to go.
Yeah, it is very much an RPG.
Which sounds like open world, but it's very linear, in fact. It's like you go in a straight line to where you want to go. You don't get lost on the way or anything like that, right? But you can plan these different routes and like different objectives to do, and then you reset time and do it all over again. And then I really love the time mechanic in that game. It's so cool because you can start a quest, reset it, and then because of an item you got in that quest, go start a completely different quest at the same time that you're supposed to be starting this current quest, but you already have the item. And they will mention that in game. They'll be like, wait, how'd you get this? Doesn't this belong to never mind. And it's like, it's because I did like a 12-hour quest line for that other dude.
Yeah, and that it's very much a living world. I know that there's someone that you can speak with, and that depending on when you speak with them, they will give you their life savings, and how much savings they have will vary depending on how late you get to them. And that there was a lot of detail put in.
Yeah, it's a lot of detail, and it is dark, but not immediately.
Yeah. And to be fair, Zelda as a franchise skews much darker than your average Nintendo game. That Tears of the Kingdom, very dark game. Even if you haven't played it, I'm sure you can probably sort of get that vibe that Twilight Princess, Phantom Hourglass, very different games, but they both skew on the darker side. I would say, so I enjoy the open world Zelda ones, but I acknowledge that they are fundamentally different from every other Zelda game. So I sort of mentally silo them as different, and it's so difficult to rank and compare where Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are for me compared to others, because there's
They
just...
feel like spin-off games to me.
I feel like, for me, they feel more like evolutions than spin-offs. There's so much that is clearly Legend of Zelda. There's a lot of everything from mechanics to quests and obviously the weapons that are still perfectly in line with where the franchise has always been. And that the untethering from certain linear points and also just, frankly, the scale of the world makes for a lot of different types of gameplay and interactions. And again, I can understand why that's not going to appeal to everyone. And I do enjoy it, but it's so difficult to compare. But those two notwithstanding, my personal favorite Zelda game is Twilight Princess. And that comes from a combination of, I just think the overall gameplay and dungeon design is very good, but also that the final boss sequence in that game is one of my favorites of all time.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really
definitely
good.
my favorite of any Zelda game, that anytime I get to the final boss, it's just sort of in the back of my head, can this top Twilight Princess for the engagement and emotional beats that you get from it? That
I think
so
Twilight
good.
Princess also had probably one of the best final bosses of any Zelda. But to me, I think you'd be surprised. Have you ever played Wind Waker?
I have played Wind Waker, and I've beaten Wind Waker, yes.
Okay, cool. Twilight Princess final boss fight feels like an evolution of the Wind Waker boss fight.
I can see that. I can definitely see that. That part of what I like about Twilight Princess is that, one, you have multiple phases, like more than 2 phases, because most Zelda boss fights, final boss fights, are going to have at minimum 2 phases, usually 2.5 to 3.
Mm-hmm.
That the Breath of the Wild final boss, for all intents and purposes, is 1.5 to 2.5 phases, based on the number of things that you've done in the story prior. Because if you have been very thorough in what you've done before getting to Ganon, that you skip what is effectively phase 1 and then have phase 2, and then there is a third phase which is not terribly difficult. It's
a victory lap.
It's sort of a victory lap in that it's not just quick time events, but it's the most engaging cutscene I've ever played through. That it's so much more than just a cutscene. Calling it a cutscene is disingenuous, but calling it a final boss fight phase also sort of feels disingenuous.
Yeah.
That it's very cinematic and it's well done in its own way, but it is not a challenge for that last chunk.
Mm-hmm,
but every part of the Twilight Princess and of the Wind Waker final boss sequences are good and challenging. They end with the one-on-one confrontation with the human form of Ganondorf. For me, what sort of sets it apart is the fake out and the emotional punch of, all right, I've beaten Beast Ganon, the primal form of Ganondorf. Midna has the heroic sacrifice. Hyrule Castle explodes, and you think this could be the end. That would be a perfectly serviceable end to the final boss sequence. And what do you mean the smoke is clearing and Ganondorf is crushing Midna's mask as he rears up on his horse? What a shot. What a cinematic shot, and just the moment of, this isn't over.
It's there's nothing that beats it. It's really fucking good.
Mm-hmm. And then you have the horseback one is the closest thing I would say to not a boss fight. That the last phase of Breath of the Wild is similar to the horseback one in Twilight Princess in that it's not nearly as challenging as other boss phases. But then that final one-on-one, just arena sword fight with Ganondorf is so satisfying, and then the final blow, bring it all the way back to the first skill that you learn, Chef's Kiss on design there.
And I love games that do that too. There's one that came up top of my head. I forgot it. It's gone. That's what ADHD
Oof.
does. It's gone.
You'll remember it in like 30 minutes or 5 minutes after we end the show.
Yep. No in between.
Yep. But you mentioned that you think that the Wind Waker final boss sequence or the Twilight Princess is an evolution of Wind Waker, and I can definitely see that. Was there anything particular that stuck out to you for Wind Waker, or you just sort of see the design consistency and...
I feel like the Ganondorf in Wind Waker is cool.
He is very badass.
And it's not just in a evil way either. It's almost sympathetic. Because of like his monologue and everything, and when he's talking, especially during the final boss fight, like that man has suffered.
Yes, that he is... The word sympathetic is very appropriate, that he's probably the most sympathetic iteration of Ganondorf, that in many versions he is simply the incarnation of evil, really no redeeming factors. And for this particular instance, they did give him some backstory that, while what he does is probably not what one would call justified, it at the very least evokes something akin to sympathy, pity, and that you can see, all right, there is at least a understandable, if twisted, line of how we get to where we get.
Yeah.
And the final blow there is also a very cinematic one of just
it was really cool.
Impaling the dude in the forehead.
Yep.
Also, spoiler, these games are each 15 plus years old at this point, so I figure the statute of limitations has expired on these particular spoilers. Apologies if somebody after all this time was still planning on going back and has somehow not known all this until now.
Yeah, you'd be surprising, because I still don't know what happens at the end of Super Mario World.
Well, the stories there are not necessarily as complex as the Zelda ones, shall we say.
True. I've literally never seen the final boss fight to Super Mario World or Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island.
Spoiler, it's Bowser.
Oh, yeah.
For Zelda and Mario, it has been cool to see them continue on, in that while they have taken their own different evolutions, and some better, some worse, and that some understandably not going to appeal to everyone, I always at least respect when they try new stuff, and that from what I understand, they have said that the next Legend of Zelda game, whenever it may be, is not going to be in the iteration of Hyrule that the last two games have been.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see that, because that was one of the, like, another reason why I didn't like Tears of the Kingdom was just copy, like it's the same.
It's very much Breath of the Wild 2.0, and it was designed that way. It was intended to be that, and I think there was still enough design space to justify one more in it, and especially when they built such a vast world, and obviously the game was very financially successful as well. I am unsurprised that they went back for a second round, but I am glad that they aren't going back for a third. That the Zelda games have done that in the past, where they've said, all right, we will go back to this iteration up to twice. And we've seen that several times. It's not the first time we've seen that with Breath of the Wild and Tears, but that they have never overcommitted to a incarnation of Hyrule, and I think that's part of why the franchise has maintained its relevance and its freshness.
Yeah, I agree. The Hyrule changing with every game is like what should happen, because it would just not be this, like, it just wouldn't be fresh if it was the same map over and over.
Yeah.
The series would have ended a long time ago, in my opinion.
And the fact that they have these threads of lore, these threads of consistency for Hyrule, that you have Castletown, you have Gerudo Valley, you have the Zora Domain.
Zora's Domain, yeah.
But that they are still distinctly different iterations every time is both fun as a returning player because you can understand, revisit, see references that they always bake in little nods to past games and the lore, and that from a creative perspective, it always feels like Zelda in that sense. But that there's always something new that even if you know Zora's Domain, Gerudo Valley, etc., that these iterations are going to be just different enough that they are always going to be, if not, it's almost more compelling to explore because you know certain things to expect and you want to find them, but you also want to see, all right, what's new? It's not just, all right, this is a completely new world. I don't know anything about anything at all. But the fact that you know just enough, and it actually, I think, makes you want to go in and see those similarities and differences.
Yeah, exactly. And that's my whole take on it. And I think meeting new characters and seeing new dungeons is what Zelda's all. Man,
Zelda's good series. It's so good.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom just basically don't have dungeons.
Breath of the Wild has one dungeon. Tears of the Kingdom has 5. That is still not as many dungeons, even at 5, as you would normally expect in a Zelda game. And that you have these, that if you staple together all the shrines, that it will add up to those dungeons, but I can fully understand the desire for fewer, longer, contiguous dungeons as opposed to what are effectively micro dungeons.
Yeah, and it's like the theme. It's the theme of it all too. Like Skyward. A lot of people don't like Skyward Sword, or rather, they like it, but it's like one of the weaker Zelda titles. But the Buddhist temple, the Buddhist water temple in Skyward Sword, is probably one of, if not the best Zelda dungeons of all time. And it had a very strong theme and very cool layout and very cool puzzles. And then the pirate ship boat in Skyward Sword 2 also had, it was so good, where it was basically a pirate boat, but you had to go into the future to interact with it mid dungeon, because basically it's like an advanced idea of the Sand Temple from Ocarina of Time, except it was in real time, because there's these orbs that created a dome, and anything inside the dome was, sorry, it was in the past. Anything inside the dome was in the past. Anything outside of the dome was in the future. And you are in the future. You come from the future, and you're traveling around this sunken pirate ship, essentially, right? It's like completely sunken, completely broken down. Big body of water in between you and the other part of the ship, but there's an orb there. And then you push the orb into the correct spot, and the ship is repaired because it's old in that spot only. So you walk across this newish boat because it's new, because it's old, right?
Yeah.
So, it hasn't sunk yet.
Yes.
And so it's just a bunch of that kind of stuff. And it's so creative because the whole dungeon is on this boat, which, if you look at it from the outside, is very small. It's like not a big boat, and the dungeon doesn't feel that big. But because of all the puzzles and all of the like underwater travel you have to do to get the orbs and stuff like that, it ends up being massive. The final boss at the end sucks though, so you gotta worry about it. Yeah, because dude, the presentation up to the boss was amazing. Where it was like, oh, it's this giant sea serpent and all these tentacles. Like, I thought I was gonna fight a kraken, because it was like all these tentacles are coming out from everywhere, and they're like bashing through the windows of the boat and everything, and you're trying to race to the other end before it floods, and then you enter the boss room. It's literally like Monsters Inc. Like,
yeah, that it's something operating all of these tentacles and this giant thing. like you said, Monsters Inc., Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, have you seen it?
Yeah, it's been a while since I played Skyward Sword. But as you're going through, it's like, oh, yep, I recall all this.
Yeah, it's oh man, but the dungeon was great. I love the dungeon.
One thing I will say, Tears of the Kingdom has one of my favorite leads up to a dungeon and dungeon bosses in the franchise history. And the dungeon itself is above average. I'm not going to call it the best dungeon ever, but it is the best dungeon approach and one of the best dungeon bosses I've seen. And that essentially the Rito village is frozen over. It is besieged. Ooh. It is largely destroyed. It is heavily implied that the Rito civilization has been decimated. And just like this village is dying, the remnants of it, that it is frozen over. They cannot get the sun to come out because it has been eclipsed by this ice storm, that they are freezing to death, essentially. And that you have this long, slow journey upward into the sky to get to the floating dungeon, essentially. And one thing that I don't think anybody can really knock the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom games for, and really at any point in Legend of Zelda as a franchise, the sound design is so on point. Just the environmental music slowly but gradually ramps up, becoming just more tense, more foreboding as you get higher and higher altitude and eventually get to this giant floating dungeon. And the boss, without going into too many spoilers since this is a newer one, is one incredibly cinematic, just challenging enough, and the music design, they have a reference in the final phase that when there's only one hit left on the boss, that as with most Zelda bosses, the music continues to ramp up as you get into farther and farther phases in the fight. And in this final phase, they hit this climactic note where it is a reference to a piece from a prior game, and it is in a just beautifully dissonant key, and hearing it there is so beautiful and haunting, because in the back of your mind, this thing killed everything, or is implied to have killed everything in the place that this music would be playing at. And it's just tragic and terrifying and awesome. That I will send you this piece after the show, since you have said that you don't really have intent to play this game. Plus, the YouTube video with the music will give little enough context that if you want to eventually go back, that it's not going to end up actually giving away anything of great significance. Yeah, Chroma Snare in the chat knows what I'm talking about.
I see.
Yeah, and then the fire dungeon boss was entirely underwhelming, unfortunately.
Yeah, Zelda dungeons, I think when I think Zelda, I think of the dungeons. Like, the dungeons and the puzzles of the dungeons. So, the fact that Breath of the Wild just had 0 of them. I'm not counting the shrines, like, at all. I'm just not.
Yeah, well, it does have one, and it's Hyrule Castle. That Hyrule Castle is a full and proper dungeon.
Yeah, but even that, you can, like, skip 90% of.
If you're going with the speedrun strats, you can cheese it, yes. But, but it is a fully designed dungeon.
Yeah. And the final boss too, because like I didn't beat Breath of the Wild, but I watched someone beat it. Like, not like on stream, like personally, I watched someone beat it, and they kind of like one-shot the final boss. Not like the big cinematic one, like just like the second phase guy, like with they just kind of threw a bunch of shit at it, like powered up with potions, and it died.
Huh.
Which is like so,
Yeah.
anticlimactic to me.
Yeah,
and I don't.
if you're min-maxing like that, I have not.
Yeah, all my
I've not
friends
actually
are
watched
weird
many of those strats, but
min-maxers.
I can. Knowing that a lot of Zelda game bosses are you need to hit this thing 3 times to beat it, and that achieving
That's
each
the
of those
Nintendo formula.
and achieving each of those 3 hits is increasingly difficult, but that the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom bosses are just working with a health pool, and you are supposed to inflict damage to that health pool however you can, and sometimes you still have the mechanic of you need to do an increasingly difficult thing to make it so you have access to that health pool, but then it's however you need to do it, and that if you are able to do that and then somehow have an overpowered thing, I haven't seen it myself, but I can understand mathematically how someone probably could do that. Just have something stupid powered up and, all right, we've got access to the health pool and one shot.
And it's very RPG-like in that sense,
Yeah.
Whereas older Zelda games, even though they weren't hard or anything like that, it was mostly just all your skill alone. You couldn't get some super power up that made you one-shot the boss, essentially, unless you're a speedrunner, or not counting speedrun tactics.
I can see that. Do you have... Oh, dang it. Yes. Do you... Phrasing here. How much do you care about Zelda lore? Is that something that you really pay attention to through the different
have
iterations?
the original Hyrule Historia.
Okay, well, that tells me all you need to know. Breath of the Wild did something that I think was very smart from a timeline standpoint. And do you know what that was? Do you know where Breath of the Wild is on the timeline?
I think it's like way far into the future.
It is the unified future. It is 10,000 years removed from any previous iteration of Zelda, and that because of Ocarina of Time, you have the three
branches,
things, and it gets
failed timeline,
it's
hero
so
timeline.
complex, so convoluted, and that prior to Hyrule Historia, it had all been based on fan speculation. How does this timeline actually work? And Breath of the Wild said, this is far enough in the future that in all 3 of these timeline branches, they eventually converge here.
Which is funny.
I think that was the smart
crazy
move, frankly.
I do too. Lore-wise, that does sound smart because it's like a new ground. It's like a new ground, essentially. It's like a new potential to just reset and start from scratch.
That it is a logical enough thing to say of, this is to borrow other time travel and sci-fi terminology, it is a fixed point, and that it's far enough removed that conceivably over 10,000 years, all of these branches would eventually get there. And I think that is a very tasteful way of unifying things without delegitimizing the complexity of the past, that it's not hand-waving or retconning. We're not saying, oh, this stuff never happened, this is a brand new timeline. It's, all right, we are going to converge here because I was starting to worry that the timeline of Legend of Zelda was becoming a barrier to entry. And that would have been the worst possible thing.
Yeah, and I agree with that, for sure.
And that unifying it it makes it easier for the layman to get into. It makes it so that you never needed to know the Zelda timeline to get into a Zelda game, but I worried that it was becoming notorious for its timeline stuff in a way that someone who hasn't played the games, an outsider, might see it from afar and think, oh, I need to play all these games, or I need to understand this twisting timeline, when you really don't. And to just now say we are, at least currently, on a contiguous timeline is, I think, better for the franchise's long-term health while not undoing the past. Literally.
You know what I think, and this is like a hot take? I think they should have just never had a timeline. I think they should have just
say totally different iterations, or that these are all parallel
not
universes.
Not even that. But before the Hyrule Historia came out, everything was super vague, and Nintendo didn't, like, they were lip sealed and just said, like, yeah, there's, every Link is a reincarnation of another Link, but, it's like Is it 1,000 years into the future? Is it 2 years into the future? I don't know. And I think they should have just kept it mysterious. I think they should have just not explained anything.
I could see that as well. That part of me wonders if they had, though, would that then still have the hazard of, for an outsider, that it looks more complex than it actually is, and that in some ways spelling it out and saying, all right, here's the kind of weird stuff, and now we're moving forward, that just sort of the perception of complexity, is it aided or hindered by spelling it out? And I could see arguments for both.
Yeah, one of the funniest things that still gets me is whenever someone asks, do I need to play Final Fantasy VII to play Final Fantasy VIII or something like that? And I'm just like, it's like anyone...
Like, it's a logical enough question.
It is logical. It's completely logical. And it's like, anytime I'm thinking about, like, anytime I see someone ask that, first of all, I laugh to myself because I do know better and it's funny. It's like watching a kid, kind of. But
oh, sweet summer child.
But in the same time, it's also like, yeah, who wouldn't ask that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure I asked that when
they're numbered.
I first played Final Fantasy. Yeah, they're numbered in a sequential order. There's 16 of them, and any non-gamer who knows nothing about Final Fantasy, and they see 16 Final Fantasies and they want to get into it, they're like, oh, I gotta play 16 of them?
Yeah. In that,
including 2 MMOs?
Oh, no. But yeah, it is a pitfall that many franchises fall into, and that some are able to explain that it is or isn't relevant more than others, and then you have stuff like Fate, which actually is just that complex, apparently.
Oh yeah, I could go on about Fate for a while. You want me to?
I'm curious.
No, I'm not going to.
Well, so I'll frame it this way, because I'm someone who is very aware of Fate, but has not played any Fate, and I know the whole thing of Fate timelines and complexity is both a meme and the truth. So I'm curious, what is your abridged version that if someone comes to you saying, I want to get into Fate, please explain to me as quickly and efficiently as possible what the heck's going on? Do you have a spiel that you have developed over time, or is it just, it's complex, don't worry about it, play the game and have fun?
It's Fortnite, but with magic.
Wow. As someone who hasn't played, like I said, as someone who hasn't played Fate, but knows fragments, bits and pieces, that sentence isn't wrong. That it's historical Fortnite.
With magic.
With magic. Holy shit.
And sex. A lot of people forget that. That's in there.
I'm probably going to tell a couple of my friends who play Fate that line, because I think they're going to be absurdly amused by it.
They're going to want to kill you, because when I say it's like Fortnite, the gameplay itself is not Fortnite.
Oh,
it's a visual
not.
novel,
Yes.
right? But story is Fortnite. That's all it is.
Yeah. And the question was for the lore, not for the gameplay, so there you go. And yeah, that's a very efficient description. Well done.
So guys, if you ever wanted to get into Fate, if you're entertained by the idea of Fortnite with magic, and why wouldn't you say Battle Royale? Because Fortnite's funnier. I was going to say Battle Royale, but I changed it to Fortnite at the last second.
Fortnite will get the
funnier.
layman's understanding.
Exactly. Nobody watched Battle Royale. Nobody saw the Japanese Battle Royale movie. That's not true at all. I love that movie.
If the layman hears the words Battle Royale, they think the genre, not the Japanese
not
IP.
The movie. Yeah. With Takeshi.
The first time I ever saw Battle Royale was the manga, and the manga is incredibly graphic. Like,
ooh boy.
I am not someone who has a problem with gore normally. The Battle Royale manga, I had to put down just because it was actually making my stomach turn a bit. And that's saying something.
I've had a movie like that. Have you ever watched, it's a horror movie, but it's not really scary at all. It's just deeply unsettling with how gory it is. And it looks all fake. It's called House of a Thousand Corpses.
I have not, and I'm generally not a huge horror fan.
Me neither.
I'll watch a couple movies, but usually the ones that I enjoy are sort of either horror comedies or satires or deconstructions that, like, I love Cabin in the Woods. I really enjoy, well, Zombieland is not a horror movie. That is a comedy.
Zombieland is funny, yeah.
And
House of a Thousand Corpses is essentially a comedy, quote, question mark, exclamation mark. Like, it's made by Rob Zombie, like the singer Rob Zombie.
Yeah.
He directed it, and it's just like basically the premise is that a group of friends has their car malfunction,
as you do
and
in horror movies.
they get invited to a house to get it fixed, and the house is just basically the entire family there is all mass murderers. Like, they love murdering and chopping people up and making artwork of their corpses and stuff like that.
It's family bonding.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like, and they show in detail how they do, like, they stuff the corpses up and, like, stitch it together and make a little mermaid out of the corpse.
Oh, how quaint.
Yeah, and it's very graphic and detailed, and it made me scared, not because there's no jump scares at all. None of it's jump scares. None of it's like,
it's just unsettling.
There's no monsters.
Yeah.
There's no monsters at all. It's just, and it's portrayed somewhat comedically. And I say somewhat comedically because it's not a comedy, but
it sounds like it's just so extreme and absurd.
Yeah, there's this one shot where a police officer comes in, and one of the guys knocks the police officer down, and the police officer's gun is gone, and the mass murderer has his gun, and he's just aiming at the guy. And so the camera zooms out slowly for literally 32 seconds, and then he takes the shot.
That,
like, it's like there was no reason for that, and it's funny.
But
it was
cinema.
Like actively funny watching it, but it's not like, it's not supposed to be. Like, guy just got murdered, and also he got murdered right after seeing his daughter's disembodied, like, limbs all over the place.
Oh, how lovely! Yes.
So it's like it's just weird how non-comedic it is.
Yeah.
Because it's definitely like you said, it's like absurd and extreme, and the actors are also super over the top. Like, there's literally like a basically, which is Rob Zombie's wife, a Harlequin girl who is just ditzy and, goofy and silly, but, fucking stabbing people in the heart and stuff like that. But she's all like all the time, and it's just silly. But it haunts me. I actually had nightmares of that movie because it was so graphic.
Oof. The part of me now wants to look this up, but part of me really doesn't, for the reasons you just described.
Yeah, and apparently the sequel, people have said, is 10 times worse.
That's impressive.
So I never want to see that sequel. Just ever.
Well, I guess good on them. That at the very least, points for originality and for commitment to the bit.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I'm happy for the horror fans who like that, and I will be over here not watching.
I am very much not a horror fan. I like the concept of horror. I like Halloween. Halloween's my favorite, and I like spooky elements and the thrill and stuff like that. But I can't watch horror movies or play horror games without actively going into a complete like. I've had days where I couldn't sleep until it was 2 p.m. because I was just like too scared to go to sleep in the dark after watching a scary movie. Like I just couldn't.
For me, I also, like I said, do not care for horror at all, neither in movies nor games. What I enjoy about horror as a genre, what appeals to me, is the mystery. That I love the mystery genre, and that usually mystery and horror go hand in hand. Of what is the cause of all this? That is it actually a demon or a ghost, or is it actually someone who is making things look this way? Is it, for lack of a better term, Scooby-Doo? Is there someone creating these circumstances, but is it actually a human? Or what is the logic behind the magic, behind the demons? Because even if you are actually working with real magic, that there's usually some system or logic to it that the heroes have to use to try and defeat the evil. And that there have been plenty of times where I've seen a trailer for a horror movie while in a movie theater, of just seeing something completely different, and I'm not so averse to it that I'm gonna close my eyes and plug my ears when a horror trailer comes on when I go to see something else. But that I will be there and be like, that is deeply unsettling. I don't want to watch that, but I'm curious to find out what happens, and that I'll go to Wikipedia after the movie has come out to read up, all right, what is the actual ending? How does it go?
Oh my god.
But for me, while I don't have nightmares or fear of going to sleep, just when I consume media and when I am trying to have my leisure time spent watching media, I don't like that tension. Just, the way it makes me feel and the way that it induces stress, as horror is supposed to. That's the design, that some people enjoy that type of adrenaline. That there's very different types of adrenaline rushes. I do not enjoy that particular flavor of adrenaline. It is not how I want to spend my free time feeling, and so I just don't.
Exactly. I would rather be super hype. I love being just active and hype as hell, right? Playing, like, doing a cool combo in a fighting game, or going outside and playing basketball or something like that. Basketball is my favorite sport to play, by the way.
It is definitely the most fast-paced sport of the big four, as it would be, and that it is
basketball, baseball, football, and soccer.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I was
and that
making sure that was right.
That obviously American football has very explicit starts and stops, in that while the starts are high octane, they are in very short bursts. Baseball is even shorter bursts of action, for sure. And then football, soccer, while contiguous...
You mean football and football?
Yes. While it is contiguous action, it is low-octane action at all times. And that even in the higher octane moments, it's not even that big of a pop, at least compared to what you will get in basketball, which is just the amount of physical activity and movement is rapid throughout. So I can see that for someone like you, why you would enjoy basketball. But
yeah, I like being active. I like constantly doing something, like, and that might stem from ADHD, because I'm like always moving my feet, always cracking my knuckles, always blinking. Even I blink a lot. I blink 3 times as much as anyone else blinks.
Congratulations, chat. You are now blinking manually.
Ah! Well, you know what? I lost the game.
I feel like that's a worse sin than what I did, Colt. Well, it's a good show, everybody. Good night.
Let's see how many people are actually old here.
Yeah. So you mentioned fighting games, and that, especially as someone who likes more contiguous action, I can very much understand why you enjoy fighting games and that type of competition. Where does fighting games start for you? That there's so many, and that you mentioned playing games as early as 3 years old. What was the first fighting game that you remember playing? And what was the first fighting?
2.
And what was the first fighting game that you ever became competitive in?
Okay, so yeah, Street Fighter 2 was the first game I ever played. Followed very, very closely by Killer Instinct Gold.
Ooh.
And
Street Fighter 2, obviously one of the most famed fighting games of all time. And that, which was that other one again? Because it is
Killer
one that...
Instinct Gold.
I'll admit I've heard of the Killer Instinct series, but it's more of a peripheral awareness, and I don't know much about the series. So
Killer
I'm looking
Instinct
it up.
Gold is
I see for 64.
Yeah, it's the 64 one that's based on Killer Instinct 2 from the arcade.
And what was it about this one that appealed to you enough to make you really want to take that plunge?
This isn't the one I got competitive with first. Sorry.
Oh.
That was I was just saying I followed up Street Fighter 2 with Killer Instinct Gold because it was like super close together, so I didn't know which one actually came first. But the one that I actually got into competitively first. Are we counting Smash Brothers?
Yes, I would count that as a fighting game, absolutely. It is a very different fighting game than what most fighting games are, but it is undeniably a fighting game in my opinion.
Then, if we're counting Smash Brothers Brawl.
Ooh, okay. And
which is the one that's very not everyone's favorite.
Yes.
So how I can tell you, because it only happened like right as I graduated high school. Was never into super like fighting games. I loved fighting games and I bought a lot of them, but I never was super competitive. I was like doing the story mode for the characters and getting costumes and stuff. But basically, I was like 16 or 17, babysitting for my aunt for like a month. And I did not have anything there except for my Wii. I had Smash Brothers Brawl on the Wii. And so one day I just decided randomly, I'm going to go look up how good players play this game. And I was watching them and I saw their techniques that they were using. And I played Link, who, if you know anything about Super Smash Brothers Brawl, Link is approximately the third worst character in that game. But I was like, I got to get good with Link. So I was looking up tech with him.
So you were committed enough to Link that it was just, all right, I don't care if he is low tier, that you decided to just play on hard mode.
Yep. And I was looking up techniques and everything, and I was able to replicate them and stuff. And then I started replicating it in real matches with friends, and I was like, oh, this is actually really fun. I like shitting on my friends. And I went to a local for the first time. 9 out of like 20 total players there were all playing Meta Knight.
Oh, so this is So I've never been high-level competitive in any game. Probably the closest I ever got to being competitive was in Brawl, though. And the pure extent of it is like a locals weekly tournament where there would be upwards of 30, 40 people maybe. That is very, very small. This was not part of any circuit with anything higher. It was just casual. My main was Wolf.
Okay.
I think the farthest I ever got, I think I made top 4 once. I would usually be competitive, win a couple of rounds, and then, be in the upper half. But I certainly was not in the top tier of players. I just didn't really put in that time and effort. But I do know that Meta Knight was the meta in Brawl, to the point where many high-level tournaments outright banned him.
Yes. He is busted. Meta Knight in Brawl was playing Melee when everyone else was playing Brawl. He was just so much faster than everyone. He had the ability to cancel a lot of his moves like you could in Melee. And he had so much movement techniques and tricky stuff that was just really fun to watch and look at, but aggravating to play against. And I remember getting destroyed by all the Meta Knights, going home sad, and then one guy from there, I remember mentioning, yeah, I like Brawl, but it's no Project M.
Ah.
And so I was like, okay, let me go look that up. And it was a mod that turned Brawl into Melee, essentially.
Yes,
I have
never a bit. Never was in any tournaments for it, but I know what it is. And just from a developmental standpoint, it is one of the most impressive fan projects in video games that I have ever seen.
Yes, it's so cool and so good, and I'm so sad that Nintendo exists as a company.
I can understand why those folks got a cease and desist.
Yeah.
That obviously what it was is,
it got too big.
Yeah.
It got too big.
Yeah.
It reached for the sun and
got burned. That I'm sure they were aware of it before they sent that cease and desist, and that, Nintendo, Pokemon, all these companies are generally going to keep an eye on things, and that they know it is not worth their lawyers' time and money to send a cease and desist to everyone who makes a fan game. But that they have to have a certain threshold for practicality, and that it's
Project M, unfortunately, just started getting more entrants than Melee and Brawl did, so it was really bad. Nintendo had to step in because they were like, "You're now more popular than our game, so stop."
Can't have that. And that
proceed with Nintendo not actually supporting the Smash scene for the next 5 years.
Oh, don't get me started on Nintendo. Like, I love the developers in Nintendo. They do incredible creative and design work, and to a point, like I said, I can sympathize with the realities of business and where they have to draw a line of saying, no, this isn't okay.
Right.
At the same time, I'm not going to say I'm not disappointed, and that it's just, it is a unfortunate reality of how things go, and that, that a lot of people put in a lot of really incredible work, and it's a testament. In some ways, they can have that cease and desist as a badge of honor, that we did so well that Nintendo considered us a legitimate threat to Smash Brothers sales and overall performance. But then I am just outright frustrated with, like you said, their lack of support for the competitive scene. Because it's one thing if you're going to say, all right, this other game that is clearly using our work, we can't have that escalating. But then to not be offering your own high-level competitive play, it's like, all right, then what are you actually losing from it?
Exactly.
And then, obviously, while I'm not super into the scene, that I have peripheral awareness of, there was a lot of strife in the Smash Ultimate competitive scene in the past 2 years or so, where Nintendo was finally ramping up their official, like they were actually going to have a Smash Brothers Ultimate circuit. They had gotten this off the ground, and for Nintendo, that's a big flippin' deal. And then it all came crashing down.
Panda Global.
And even that one was kind of complex because they'd signed an exclusivity contract with Nintendo, which is a big deal. And that, for those who aren't informed, the TLDR is supposedly the head of Panda Global began to get very aggressive with other tournament organizers and did some not great things, and that resulted in a very large amount of backlash. And the contentious point is Panda Global had signed this legal contract with Nintendo for being their exclusive tournament organizer. And goodness knows they worked very hard to get that contract because Nintendo doesn't do that. It was a huge flippin' deal that they did it. That's so much work. And that while I'm not going to begrudge a tournament organizer for enforcing the contract that they have worked hard to get, the way in which they did so just was not good, and it burned a lot of trust and goodwill, and the whole thing collapsed, and now there is no high-level ultimate competitive scene, and that sucks.
And there likely never will be.
It's too far at this point. That it's just too far into the life cycle that it had to happen at that point in time, and once that all fell apart, that's years of development gone. And that the game
it's also years of trust.
Yeah, it's a...
Because Nintendo was willing to do this, and they foiled it. Now Nintendo might not be willing to do it anymore.
Yeah.
Even for a hypothetical new Smash game.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time for, of all the companies in the industry, Nintendo is notorious for being insulated and for not interacting with the community and for not letting things out of their hands. And then to finally, think of it as a relationship, that they finally open their hearts and then have it crushed, that they are punished. The one time that they finally try to trust someone, it all goes up in smoke.
Yeah.
You'd be hesitant to try again too.
Anyway, after all that, it was around the time of Street Fighter V's release, actually. Street Fighter V, not 4. I did play 4, but only passingly. Street Fighter V came out, and I decided everyone's gonna get this game. Everyone's gonna start with this game, and everyone's gonna be on the same level as me. I'm gonna try to play this game from the very beginning and see what a traditional fighting game is like when I rank up. And that's actually what got me into fighting games. I quickly disbanded Street Fighter V because it was way worse than Street Fighter 4 in a lot of ways, and everyone was disliking it at the beginning of its life cycle, and there's a lot of problems with that game. But I found other games like Guilty Gear Xrd, and Blaze Blue, and other fighting. Skullgirls was a big one. I had Skullgirls. I backed Skullgirls on the Indiegogo campaign. Mostly because I liked the sexy women. Like, I love Miss Fortune. She's like the hottest video game character
It is
ever.
a very pretty game in more ways than one.
Yep. I'm sorry, that's false. I said a falsity. Miss Fortune's very hot, but Makoto Nanaya from Blaze Blue is the hottest video game character ever. Sorry, I had to correct myself.
I'll make sure the record is updated. Thank you.
And yeah, that's basically how the cookie crumbled from there. It was just, I went from Smash Brothers to Street Fighter V, and then from Street Fighter V, I was like, I like doing combos in fighting games, but it's like really, 5 itself was just boring. So I started exploring other games, and the first one I explored after that was basically Guilty Gear Xrd, and then Blaze Blue, and I re-downloaded Skullgirls because I had it downloaded since forever because of, again, I backed the Indiegogo campaign for the ladies, and and I started getting pretty good at that too. And I was like, oh wow, actually, I like fighting games. Honestly, a lot more than Smash games. I would say Smash as a package is better though. Smash as a package is always going to be better than any fighting game. I don't think any modern Street Fighter 6.
That was going to be my next question of what do you think of Street Fighter 6? Because as someone who is not in the fighting game scene, I know a couple people whose opinions I very much respect say that, in their opinion, Street Fighter 6 is the 2023 game of the year, period. I've also heard that there's major... I forget it. No, wait, no, it was Mortal Kombat that had the controller port issue, not Street Fighter.
Yeah, they fixed it, though.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
They were pretty fast on fixing it, but it was funny
so, yeah.
while it lasted. Yeah, so I would say it's definitely the best fighting game in a very long time. And there's a couple reasons I say that. Street Fighter 6 has what no other fighting game other than Smash has, where it's a complete package. It has a story mode, and the story mode is actually like it's like a mess story, but it's like decently fun, and you can run around with your creative character and stuff like that, and learn other moves from all the other characters and stuff like that. So it's really good. And then you have a lobby system where you can bring your custom character into the lobby and play matches against friends with normal characters, or go down into the central area and just brawl it out with your custom character. So the fact that that's an option is just cool. They have so many different game modes, so many different... the game has a lot of depth and complexity. It has the best training mode in any fighting game that has ever existed.
What makes it so different?
The training mode in Street Fighter 6 essentially has all of the information available to you, which you would think, well, does every other fighting game have that? No. No, they do not. By the information, I mean like frame data, frame data, hitboxes, all that is actually just in the game that you can just say, okay, I want this, I want to select this.
I want to see the hitboxes visible. I want the readout of, just like you said, the frame by frame, because when you get into high-level competitive play for fighting games, regardless of when the game was developed, whether it's Street Fighter 2 all the way up to 6, doesn't matter if it's Smash Brothers or Mortal Kombat, that you are working in increments of frames.
Exactly. And it also has like recording, like so many different recording options, like make them do a move after they jump, make them do the move while they jump, make them do a move after they get up from being knocked down, make them do a move after they block an attack. You know, there's so many different recording options for the AI opponent. So like you can test, are these like real block strings and stuff like that.
Okay, because at first when you were talking about recording and doing certain actions after certain other actions, I wasn't sure if this was for the player, but that it's for the opponent, because you are simulating matches and you are simulating, human behavior after actions, or at least logical play patterns in matches. Because usually when you think of a training mode, it's all right, here's a sandbag, or here is an enemy that is just going to spam this singular move over and over again. But to actually be able to create those sequences, that is huge from a training standpoint, and I can absolutely understand that value even as someone who is not a fighting game player.
So it just has the best. There's the only thing it's missing is the one thing that would make that training mode perfect.
And what is that?
In every like 7 golden letters perfect. It's the replay that Guilty Gear plus R has. And the replay is essentially, you can record a match, right? Every fighting game has that now, where you can record a match and replay it from anywhere. Like you could replay it to study and stuff like that, right? Like, or replay it to record it and upload it to YouTube.
And 6 doesn't?
But 6 does, but I meant to say playback, and it's different. Basically, in Guilty Gear Plus R training mode, they have the ability to where you can go into your replays, open up the replay, watch the replay, and anywhere in that replay, say, I want to take control.
I want to jump into the match here.
Yeah. And then for like the next couple of seconds, you are in control from that very frame, and you can play
out that situation.
The reason why that's valuable is, let's say you hit a guy, or the guy wakes up and does his invincible move, but he misses, so he's wide open.
And
you punished
something.
You either missed it, or like you punished him with like a basic combo because you did not look and see that you had maybe meter available or something like that to spend. So you go back to the replay and you're like, oh, could I have killed here? And you take control right there and do a combo with like full meter and find out you could have killed him. And you were like, oh shit, I wasted a missed opportunity, but now I know better the next time and stuff like that.
It allows that scientific method iteration of, I don't need to try and recreate this circumstance. I am just going to hop in this exact circumstance and see, branching timelines.
All the different,
that
all
if
the different
I do this,
possibilities.
what happens is,
exactly.
And that's huge.
And no other fighting game has that, except for Plus R. Yeah, at least to my knowledge, I think it's only Plus R right now. I think another one was planning on adding it. I think Tekken 8, I think, is going to add it. But otherwise, yeah, just Plus R.
Yeah.
And if Street Fighter 6 had it, Street Fighter 6's training mode would be like scientifically perfect. Like there would be no flaw. There would be no flaw to it
right now. Yeah.
Yeah, there would be no flaw to it. Like I would have to try really hard to think of better ways to make that training mode better, and I would probably still come up empty. Kind of perfect.
So I missed a follow a little while ago. Osa Eris Zero, thank you for the follow. So, have you gotten into competitive play for 6 yet? Have you been in any tournaments?
Yeah, I was recently in a VTuber tournament where I got 3rd.
Hey.
And I obviously have gone to. It didn't come out when I went to EVO Japan, and EVO this year I wasn't able to go. But I do plan on going to actual physical tournaments too. The big ones like Frosty Faustins and stuff like that, I plan on going to. So I do want to compete in it.
It's been cool to see the fighting game community continue to grow. That it's, I think, really the only long-term viable form of esports for it to be genre-based, not title-based. Because what EVO does, and the fighting game community at large, is that they evolve with their games. That some maintain their classics, and goodness knows the shelf life of Melee has vastly exceeded Brawl and 4.
Yep.
But that community continues to naturally dwindle. It is effectively sunset at this point. You don't see many high-level tournaments for it. But that since so much of fighting game gameplay is transferable from one title to the next, that the community at large is able to progress with the industry at large, and that it continues to grow, whereas other certain titles, if it's going to be backed just by the company, that once that title is sunset, that so is that competitive circuit, and companies are naturally going to be a lot slower to get things ramped up, whereas the fighting game community, I feel, is able to be that level of nimble for just the players and the TOs, and that we see that community continuing to thrive and flourish, while some of the bigger budget productions in esports have fizzled over time.
Exactly. And I agree with that, because the fact I hate esports. Sounds weird, right? Sounds weird that a competitive guy like me, super into competition, I say I hate esports. And the reason I say that is because I hate the commercialization of competition, right? I hate ads everywhere. I hate putting like player faces on walls instead of their accomplishments on walls or something like that, right? Like, like imagine having a baseball card of Justin Wong. Right? It's like,
so I guess
it's hard to explain.
For comparison, do you not care for sports cards in general? That
it's not. It was a poor analogy, but I don't like the commercial. I don't like the over commercialization of sports either, where arguably other things are more important than the game. Like, a lot of people care a lot about football, but a lot more people care about who showed up at halftime this time at the Super Bowl. What was the halftime show? I'm only going to talk about that. I don't even know who won in the football game. I hate that.
I have a love-hate relationship with things like that, because my thinking is that the people that tune into the Super Bowl only for the halftime show wouldn't have watched at all if not for the halftime show.
Right,
so
and I agree.
That having the halftime show be what it is able to get those people in the door, and then if 5% of the people that tuned in only initially with the intention for the halftime show, if 5% of those people from the greater masses watch the game and are like, oh wait, I actually am enjoying this, and then continue to be a fan of the game itself, that is a net positive for the game, even if you are bringing in a large swath of people who don't care about the game, because ultimately halftime doesn't matter. That it doesn't end up detracting from the game. Does it take perhaps an amount of attention away? I'm not entirely sure, because would that attention have been there if all of those people weren't watching at all? Similarly, while the commercialization of any game, any sport, can be done in ways that are in a range of tastefulness, shall we say, there are good ways and there are bad ways to do commercialization and sponsorships and such. But that I do recognize having this commercialization allows these players, hopefully, to make their living off of the game, whether that be football or a fighting game or something else. That the ability for a market to sustain players and let them have that be what they do is really cool and very exciting, and I like to see that.
I think that much is something we agree upon. It's when it goes to the level of like League of Legends, or CS:GO, for instance, is really bad about it too. But do you remember the what was the name of the company who literally, like the esports company who literally built their own building?
There's a couple of those.
100 rogues or something like that. Or
also, what type of building are we talking? That there's certain esports orgs that have built their own training facilities. There are a couple commercial entities that have built event venues specifically tailored for esports events. And
yeah, I think I can't remember but those buildings, right? Like, you would watch a YouTube video. Like, I watched a YouTube video a while ago of them literally bringing you on a tour, and the tour was just of the building and showing off how cool the building was, and none of the players were there. There were no games being shown. Nobody was playing anything. It was just, look at how cool our building is. We literally have like a Red Bull dispenser in our front desk. Look at that. That kind of stuff specifically disgusts me. That's the part that's like, I think you've gone too far in one direction and have lost sight about what this is all really about.
Well, my argument there would be, you see that for conventional sports as well, that there are football training facilities, baseball training facilities, and I suppose the specific example of a Red Bull dispenser at the front desk is a bit much. But that when you have something that is specialized and that from a logistical standpoint, all right, we don't necessarily want our players to all have to get together at somebody's house to do a thing, that we want to have our own space.
Here's the difference, though. Sorry to interrupt, but
ahead.
it's on my mind and I might lose it. What do you need to play a fighting game?
Screen, a game, and the console.
Yes. Now, what do you need to play a full game of baseball?
Are we saying a full game of baseball, or are we saying baseball training?
We could say baseball training.
Because baseball training can be as much as a bat, a ball, and a batting cage, or a field. If you want to do a full simulation, you need 18 players and the full diamond, but for most training purposes, you don't necessarily need a full field. So
right, you don't need a full field, but you do have, like,
but suffice
glove,
to say,
baseball, and maybe someone else.
Suffice it to say, the requirements for a gaming training setup is a lot less than conventional sports.
And that was, you basically read my point. That was what I was trying to say. It's like, you can just go with, hey, Dad, do you want to go outside and throw a ball at me?
Yeah.
You're kind of not getting the full game experience.
Yeah, you're not doing a full training simulation, and that for esports organizations, if you want to have a facility, if you want to rent out some office space for training, so you're not having your players have to congregate at somebody's house, that you can rent out some office space, and that is going to be just as good as making a full building and having a quote-unquote pseudo-specialized facilities. You just need space, and that there are lower maintenance ways to create. Well, I think it's perfectly reasonable to want a dedicated space and be like, all right, we're not going to have everyone gather at the coach's house or at a player's house. That's fine. But that, like I said, you could just rent out a random office and have it be fine.
Yeah, and it proves my point even more, because those buildings that we were talking about, they're all going bankrupt.
Yeah, and that I would
they're
rather...
all getting demolished. They're all going bankrupt. They're like, everything's going down because there's no money in it.
That's the problem.
It's like a bunch of Silicon Valley bullshit. It's like all fake promises.
And I feel like the thought behind these big flashy facilities is part of the attempt at getting additional investors. That it looks flashy, it looks big, it looks more similar to conventional sports.
Because
it
you
looks
need to
more
sell
real.
You need to sell your fame, essentially.
And that having something like that is meant to entice further investment, but whether or not that is actually being efficient in its intended goal can definitely be debated, and that ultimately, all that money that goes into those very flashy facilities, I would rather just see going into the players and coaches and organizers' pockets instead.
Exactly. It's all about that. That is my point. I'm very bad at articulating, but thank you for articulating it perfectly for me. It all goes down to the players. I want, more than anything, the players and the people who are actually doing the work to be supported. When the esports becomes about all this fake stuff, like a building that the players are going to visit maybe once and then never again, honestly.
Yeah. I think the concept of esports facilities, as in like a general venue that is tailored to host large-scale esports events, has merit. Because if you build it, that the needs of a esports event is going to be very different from most other conventions, conferences, large-scale events. And it's certainly not going to be necessarily what a conventional sports stadium will be equipped with. So I think those types of things that are designed for general use are very good, because those can continue to be used year over year regardless of the game, and that the infrastructure there has value. But I'm going to agree with you that a esports training facility is generally probably not going to have that value.
Yeah, and it's all about what people think esports is like. So it's not just the trainings, like the training facilities are the big ones, but it's also like a lot of teams and stuff like that are all deleting its roster and disappearing essentially.
Yeah, we're seeing the contraction of a lot of games right now as they reach the end of their life cycle, and it's sort of a question of if, how, and when these things will be seen again.
Yeah, and it's because they invested a lot, but then you look at the fighting game community and Evo and how its members and its roster for its competitive teams and everything like that is only going up.
Yeah, they're doing fine. And they have sponsors. They have commercialization. Goodness knows. They're making good money now, and they're continuing to scale everything. And like I said earlier, I look to them and say, this is doing it right. This is doing it healthy.
This is doing it the right way.
And this is where I hope other genres start to look. That I want to see an esports org that is not just a team. I want to see more high-level tournament organizers. I want to see a company spun up that is making like more of these esports venues. Not necessarily, there's a couple that are enormous. I want to see some done at the mid-scale. I want to see some done at the small scale. I want to see something that's done in...
And it helps that like fighting game community is all grassroots stuff. Like they are the very bottom of the bottom. Even with this wide success that Street Fighter 6 has, it's still niche comparatively to League of Legends, for instance. But I think that's to its benefit, because it's commercialized, but not to the point of...
The people who care have retained good amounts of control.
Good amounts of control, good amounts of personality, too. For instance, CSGO match, or what was it? What's the Riot CSGO?
Valorant?
Yeah, Valorant. Major tournament. Guy wins the match, teabags the opponent, fine $20,000 banned.
I hadn't heard about that.
That's real. That happened. I don't know if they were necessarily banned or anything like that. I know they were fined, though. And there was a whole lot of like drama around it, like, oh my god, he's such a dirty player. Fighting game tournament, teabag middle of the match. Like, everyone's like, and talking trash and, you know, just having a good time, making villains out of each other, making heroes out of other people, and no one's stopping them.
I think a lot of that comes down to specificity of community unspoken rules, like I largely despise the unspoken rules of baseball. I think the unspoken rules of baseball are, I don't want to use the phrase, just, it's code for, we've always done it this way, this is tradition, so we should always do it this way and never change. But that what you see is a general code of conduct, and that when you're dealing with the scale that Valorant is dealing with, I can understand the want to keep things clean, and that for that one player, they should have known what the rules are. That regardless of what you think of the rules, that if you're participating, you should know what the rules you're engaging with are, and that having never heard of this before now, I'm not going to begrudge Valorant, and I'm going to look to the player and say, wow, you just pissed away $20,000. That was a dumb move. But in the fighting game scene, because it is more culturally understood, and that it's not a personal thing there, but also because, like you said, it's more niche, that it doesn't necessarily have the need for sanitization in the way that something of the scale of Valorant might.
Yeah, and not to say that the fighting games in general haven't had their fair share of drama and stuff like that, but it feels like, especially in fighting games, I don't know too much about like CSGO and stuff like that, because in League of Legends, those are all team-based games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Multiple players on a team. But in fighting games, it's just a wrestling match.
Yeah, it is.
You want
the individual,
a foil. You want a villain. You want
to heal
people to. Yeah, you want to heal. You want. Other than the fighting game alone, which could be badass and fun, but you also like want there to be rivalries, and you want there to be stories, and that's how esports should capitalize on. Like,
yeah,
that's why I like fighting games esports so much, because they do capitalize on it. They promote it even. They're like, oh, this is a grudge match, come watch. It's like wrestling. It's just like wrestling.
Yeah, and it's just sports in general. What if you're not there for the technical prowess and gameplay, you're there for the storylines. And I think that's one of the things that League of Legends very much pioneered on a large scale, and what they did well, and what set them apart was not just having, frankly, the investment, yes, but that they built out high-level coverage in a way that simply hadn't been seen before, and that I was able to tune in as the layman who knew nothing about the game. And my knowledge of League of Legends, I compare to my knowledge of American football. In American football, I know what a first down is. I know a touchdown. I know a field goal. I even know what a safety is. I know who the quarterback is. If you ask me who's the fullback, who's the halfback, tell me what is this formation, I don't know jack, but I understand the basics. Very similarly for League and other MOBAs, I know what a tower is. I know what the Nexus is. I know what a team fight is. I know what a pentakill is. I couldn't tell you jack about different builds or the draft process.
And it used to be so cool too, because in League of Legends they had back in like 2010, before they got all clean, essentially, I guess I should say, they had an in-game lore event where it was the fake region of Noxus versus the fake region of Ionia, fighting for Ionia's independence because Noxus had total control over them at this time in the lore of the video game.
Mm-hmm.
And they selected summoners, players who were really good at the game, to play
what would be a canon event.
Be a canon event. And it was a fun match. Ionia won. And in the lore of the League of Legends, Ionia gained its freedom back because they won.
That's really cool.
And they put in the Ionian Boots of Lucidity as an item. And that is why the Ionian Boots of Lucidity exists.
I love that from just because obviously they had to have written 2 options that they went in knowing, all right, it doesn't matter, we're going to play this out. But the fact that they did that is super cool. And sort of to wrap back, that my knowledge of League is very rudimentary, but what they did so well and were one of the first to do at a high level well is commentary and coverage of just that they were able to make it a watchable product where you didn't need to know the nitty-gritty, and that the commentators were entertaining, the stuff at the analyst desk that they would do the exact tropes that you see in all major sports of, all right, here are the teams, here are their records, establish a storyline of, all right, they played each other these times and this team came out on top, can they repeat again? Or, all right, this team's just been on a total rampage lately, can they keep it up? Or this team is on the cusp of elimination, and making sure that the players tuning in for the first time, or rather viewers tuning in for the first time, know those storylines, because now you're invested, even if you don't really know the game. And that we see that a lot more across all esports now, and that I'm not going to credit League of Legends with inventing coverage, but I think they were the first video game to do it at a high-level, polished presentation, and to make it, regular season play where, you can tune in and keep up with all those storylines. And I think that's what really built League of Legends. That the game, I'm sure, was really good, but I'm very confident that it was the consistency in the story and the ability to make it understandable to the layman that allowed it to grow.
You want to know something funny? League of Legends you're right, League of Legends is the first one to do it on such a level. They copied StarCraft.
I can believe that. Knowing the rudimentary stuff I know of StarCraft, I know StarCraft certainly predates League.
StarCraft was, especially like in Korea, right? South Korea. They basically, League of Legends got its style of commentary and stuff like that from StarCraft, but League of Legends perfected it, right? They perfected the formula and
put the budget behind
now
it.
StarCraft is upping it.
The cycle of growth. And now you also have that at EVO that is now very standard, and that is why I think that esports as a whole have grown, but again, why fighting games are able to have their consistency and continuity in growth.
Exactly. But yeah, my opinion on esports is just that I just hate the overemphasis on things that aren't the video game. And I know that's that way because I know I have a basic understanding that because of sponsors, and sponsors pull people in, sponsors get fresh eyes on things, and that's why people get sponsors. And also there's the money involved, and I understand all that, but doesn't mean that I like it.
Yeah, and like we've been saying, it is perfectly reasonable to want balance between sponsors and the event that they sponsor. And that
you don't want it to become like the Bill and Ted ad scene.
You don't want it to be NASCAR jackets. That's where
NASCAR
I sort of
cars in general.
That's where I draw the line. That I know the NBA has recently implemented a thing where jerseys can have one logo on them. I think that's reasonable and tasteful. That, all right, you have their jersey sponsor, and that there's going to be one, sort of patch that they have.
Guarantee in 5 years it's going to change to like
probably
15 of them.
Probably,
it's always a slippery slopes exist. They are real.
I hate the term slippery slope because I feel like it often gets used as the boogeyman of any change ever will always be taken to a total extreme, and I don't think that's fair. But at the same time, I can acknowledge for this specific example that I I don't
Usually it's when money is involved.
Yeah, I don't necessarily expect it to be full-on NASCAR levels, but I do expect them to scale it somehow, of maybe being 2 or 3, or, all right, we have the logo patch, and then you can have, like, the words under the name or number or something. That there will probably be a escalation, even if not quite to that level of absurdity, but we will see.
Yeah, and yeah, it's people do use it as the boogeyman a lot, like the term slippery slope. I think it's mostly when money is involved. When money is involved, it's a slippery slope for sure.
It can be,
And
certainly.
the reason I think that is because, like, for example, Monster Hunter before World had DLC quests that you could do at any time, any place, anywhere, 5-10 years from the time it was put in. You also had every weapon and armor you can get was either part of those DLC quests that you could do anytime, anywhere, anywhere, and also you didn't have to pay for those DLCs either. They were just free. You also have every single other weapon and armor in the game automatically, and you didn't have to worry about it. Come World, seasonal DLC quests that rotate out that you can't do when it's not the season.
And now there's FOMO.
These seasonal events obviously have specific weapons and armors and stuff like that tied to them that you can't get if you're too late. So there's FOMO. And then they also had paid DLC costumes and stuff like that. So then Rise came out, and Rise now has all of that plus paid DLC weapons.
Ooh, and that's where I draw the line.
Paid DLC, other cosmetics, and like hairs and dog outfits for your dog, and cat outfits for your cat. Tons and tons and tons, like so much paid DLC now.
My general opinion on DLC and microtransactions
and
in
before you start that, I will say that it's just all cosmetic. The weapons are cosmetic.
Okay.
I think I know where you were going with that.
And that was, I think you hit it on the head. I'm fine with you monetizing your game to hell and back as long as it is only cosmetic. That I can understand and respect the practicality and the interest of doing that for cosmetics and not having them be free or part of the initial release of the game. And especially if you're doing like different partnerships or crossover events, that's fine. As soon as it starts to impact the gameplay, that's where I say I have a problem with it.
I'm of the same opinion. I only bring up the Monster Hunter case because that is just a very real case of what a slippery slope looks like. It had none, it had some, now it has a lot.
The question I would ask here, and I ask this question very genuinely as someone who has not played Monster Hunter to any extent really, numerically speaking, is the number of cosmetics that now exist via paid DLC more, equal to, or less than the number of cosmetics in the games that had no paid DLC?
More.
And that's why I am inclined to say that's okay, because if it's something that, all right, we are now producing more than we would have prior, and that we want to make sure we can pay these artists and these developers to do this stuff, that it's not going to impact the gameplay, that's fine. If from one release to the next we see, all right, in this version there were a total of, I'm just pulling random numbers out, there were 100 different cosmetics available that you could unlock for free in the base game, and that in the next one there are 10 free cosmetics that you can get, and there are 90 that are paid microtransactions or DLC. that's when I look at something, even if cosmetic, and say, ugh, that feels pretty scummy because it's very... You can see where there's a difference.
And,
but if
and
it's,
the way it works, it's like how it used to be was in like Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. You just had like a ton of DLC quests and a ton of DLC armors and weapons tied to them that you can get at any time, anywhere. And
we lost Colt. Please stand by. My guess things just crashed on his end. That hopefully he will be back in just a moment. We'll be right back. Okay, we've got Colt back on the line.
oh,
Hello.
oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. My
Discord crashes
been
happen.
having that. It's been having that problem lately so often now.
Yeah, so I've got your voice. Just bring the video back up, and
Yep, it's up.
one second. There we go. Yay, we're back. The law is catching up to him.
No. Where was I?
Monster Hunter paid DLC, and I had sort of given the analogy of the number, and that if it's 100 free in one game and then it's 10 free in the next, I see where that's a problem. But if it's 100 free in one game and then there's 200 in the next game, and 100 are free and 100 are paid, I'm gonna be more okay with that.
I see. So I'll say that it's kind of even. It's like in between that.
So it's like, all right, there's 50 free, but 100 paid. So there's still an increase, but there is less free than there was.
Essentially, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And also, FOMO is still there.
Yeah, FOMO is
I think FOMO is the worst.
Yeah,
I think FOMO is the worst. It is. Battle passes are the worst invention known to man.
So, I like
the
concept of a non-seasonal battle pass, and this is something that
Halo Infinite.
Yeah, that if it's all right for this reduced amount that you can get this stuff, and that through gameplay you unlock what, by all rights, is much more content than you would have for this price. And you say, once this battle pass is available, it can be bought forever, anytime. That it never expires, not seasonal, no FOMO.
Yeah,
that type of battle pass, I'm okay
I think
with
that's fine. I'm totally fine with that, yeah.
But
it's all about the FOMO.
Yeah.
I hate FOMO. I think it is the worst battle passes as Fortnite introduced them suck. I would say, however, Fortnite has one of the most generous battle passes. You get a lot of time to do them, and they're very easy to do without spending a single dime.
Yeah, and I'll also give an amount of leeway for cycling battle passes, that if it's seasonal in the sense of, all right, it's available for 2 weeks now, but 3 months from now it'll be available for another 2 weeks. Not loving it.
Not the best, but there's a little bit of leeway.
Live with it. I can live with it. But if it's here now and in 2 weeks is gone forever, that just sucks, because what if I'm a player who picks up the game a year or two after release?
Yeah,
exactly. And that I really want to have all this cool stuff
there was
that
this cowboy hat, and that cowboy hat's never coming back. It'll come back in a special vault item 5 years down the line, like literally what Dota 2 did the other day, where they had they made an event where they remade classic skins that have since been banished from the store forever. And they re-released them 10 years down the line, and they were like, hey, here they are, you have 1 month to get all of them. And to get all of them, you have to win 13 games. And Dota 2 matches take like 3 fucking hours sometimes.
They are not short games.
And winning, even less likely sometimes. So 13 is a lot of games in a single month, honestly.
Yeah.
Especially for Dota 2.
Yeah. The one time that I am sometimes okay with here now, then gone forever if there's a specific event that if it is all right, this is the TI 2023 skin, and it is only available during TI, but this is like the one time a year that we have this limited, truly limited thing. If you're only doing that, I'm generally okay with that because it's commemorative to a specific real time or event. If it's the 10th anniversary skin or the 10th anniversary party hat, I'm okay with that.
And usually with those, you can buy them outright. You can just buy them.
Yeah. But I will be honest, I don't know if I've ever seen any game, frankly, that only has those types. It's usually that they have a lot of other time-restricted things, too.
And also, stuff like that nowadays is just usually on a battle pass. Because it's like, and it's especially like, it's at like level 300 of the battle pass, for instance.
Oh, yeah, because that's always the end game.
Especially in like Dota 2, right? It has a battle pass, and in its battle pass, you can level up by playing the game, which, by the way, those games take 2 hours sometimes, like I said, and you don't get a lot of experience. Or, just give us a little green. We'll love for you.
And that's the thing that
get some levels.
As I've outlined, I'm a very sympathetic person to monetization. That I have several friends who work in the gaming industry, and that, I understand business practicalities, and that, like I said, as long as it's not going to functionally impact the game, if it's just cosmetics, fine, whatever. And that there's balances, there's allowances, there's exceptions, that I've gone through all these of, if it's done this way, I think that's fine and tasteful. And it's just, I try to give a lot of leeway, and I try to be understanding, and then when games push even past that, that's when it's just disappointing. And it is an unfortunate reality of how things are right now, and that I am hoping that we see the pendulum swing, that there's a lot of folks that are frankly less patient than me with these types of monetization things, and that it just has to be a vote with your wallet thing, that companies will shift their practices when they see their bottom line shift. And that is a more nebulous thing to see happen over time, but I'm curious to see how things play out over the next 5 years, because I think we're sort of at the peak of
we're at our
this
wits
style.
end.
Yeah. And I expect to see things swing back in the coming years, and it'll be interesting to see just how and how much they swing back.
Honestly, as much as I gave them crap, I was literally more a fan of loot boxes than I am of battle passes.
Ooh. Oh my.
I think I'm literally more of a fan of loot boxes than I am battle passes.
Oh, I'm much less patient with loot boxes than battle passes.
I think, first of all, gambling, that there's a whole lot of drama involving the gambling aspect of loot boxes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I would argue battle passes are almost even more of a gamble. And the reason I say that, any game that has a loot box in it, or a gacha system in general, usually has a guarantee at the end, of asterisk at the end, right? Like, spend this much, guaranteed to get this skin, or something like that. Battle passes, you buy it, they make you have to play like every single day for 2 months straight in order to get everything in the battle pass. And if you don't actively do that, you miss out. So you're gambling more with your time, which is considered sometimes even more valuable than a battle pass. So like, in one way, you pay $50 in loot boxes and get the skin you want after $50 or something like that, or you pay, what was the most expensive battle pass? It's like $40 for a battle pass once. But I think most of the battle passes are relatively cheap. Like if you go the Fortnite Battle Pass, like I said, I think that one's the most generous, but they could get like Halo Infinite levels of bad, where you had to pay $40 for a Battle Pass, and it was almost impossible to level it up unless you paid more money. Same with Dota 2. So you could pay $50 for loot boxes and maybe get the skin you want, or you could pay upwards to $500 for a fully leveled Battle Pass.
I'm going to.
It's like there's a lot. It's a lot of different. It's a lot of. It's not like 1-to-1, right?
And
I'm
there's
just
so
like
many variables at play, and that
there's so many variables and stuff. Exactly, and it's like obviously I think the gambling aspect of loot boxes like directly are worse, but I just hate the fact that they make you waste so much time. When I could get the instant disappointment that I'm not gonna like. I have a set limit. I have a set limit of what I'm willing to pay for gambling, and then I say, "Oh, I didn't get it after the set limit. Okay, that sucks." Whereas I have to wait 2 months to find out whether or not that sucked with a battle pass.
My addendum to yours is that I don't think the proper term for battle passes is that you are gambling with your time, because there is no probability or luck at stake. You are committing more of your time, and that I can fully agree that people might not necessarily realize the true commitment of time with money for a battle pass. I also think that there's two big ifs attached to both battle passes and loot boxes in these scenarios. And that the result of this if is fundamentally impactful on both. And that is, if your loot box system has a cap, a guarantee at the end, because not all do.
Not all
some
do. Overwatch
some just can go forever. Some, even when they are doing their mercy, is still a 50-50. And that there isn't all right, if you get to this amount of spend, you are guaranteed to eventually get it. If you have your eventual guarantee, that is a big deal versus not. And then on the flip side, the battle pass of it being, does the gameplay need to be in this frame of time and with no missing, versus this play can be done at any time? That if your battle pass says you must play 14 days in a row from the time you buy this battle pass, and that if you miss a day, the battle pass is broken and you can never complete it. I have a huge problem with that. But if it's a battle pass that says you need to play a total of 14 days, we don't care if it's 14 days starting today, or if you don't play for 3 months and then pick up, play 2 days, drop it for a week, play 5 more days until you have 14 total. That's the good type of battle pass. That's a battle pass that I think should exist.
Fortnite's battle pass.
Yeah.
Because Fortnite, like I said, it introduced battle passes, but it honestly has one of the most generous battle passes of all.
That it's not only, there is no expiration, that I do not think battle passes should expire in the store or in your inventory. And that if I'm trying to compare a game where the battle pass expires in your inventory and becomes uncompletable versus a game that I know has a guarantee end to their loot boxes, I think the loot box system is better in that comparison. But then if it's, unlimited loot box system versus a non-expirational battle pass, I'll take the battle pass. So there's a couple too many differences and variables for me to definitively say which, but I think in the blind, I think battle passes by and large are healthier and better and more value for the player. But I will fully agree that there are, if you have a very distinct limit on your gacha system, that it can be okay, and that if you have a very rigid time system on your battle pass, it cannot be okay. But I generally do not like loot boxes. I think that in general the concept of price differences between players is something that I buck up against. That I do not like the concept of this one player got really lucky and that they spent $10 on this versus someone who, even if it was a guarantee, that to get to that guarantee they had to spend $300. I don't like that.
Honestly, I just like how League of Legends does it.
You'll have to remind me how League does theirs. That
if they have they still have FOMO, right, with seasonal skins and stuff like that, but you just buy them. There's no battle pass.
Yeah,
just buy it. Just buy it. Here's this one, a little expensive, $20 for the skin. This is like a full video game you could be getting.
But if you really want it, you can get it, and you're getting it.
Yep, there it is.
Surprise,
no
surprise!
Involved.
The actual best way is just to have it in a shop.
The actual best way is just to let me buy it directly.
Mm-hmm.
There's no FOMO, and they have in League of Legends they have battle passes now, but the battle passes don't give you skins. They give you tokens that allow you to get like little icons and stuff like that. Yeah, you get more event rewards, but you still participate in those rewards, and you can still get like anything you want from anything. It's like the battle pass is like
anything that gives me options.
Weird.
I like.
Yeah. Just do it like League of Legends. Just let me buy it. Yeah, I'll just buy the skin.
I could go on for a long time. We kind of have on that one. That I was not expecting that particular tangent, but it's an interesting one. It's one that I actually haven't gotten to discuss with a guest in a while. And obviously there's, as we were saying, so much variance in all of it. And it's for better and worse, a reality of how games are nowadays. And that it's, like I said, I look forward to seeing how things hopefully grow over time. But
yeah, I agree.
One other type of game I know you're really into, apart from fighting games and MOBAs, that you are a big fan of MMOs, and that you've played a lot of MMOs. Do you know offhand, even if just approximately, how many MMOs you've played?
Over 100.
Wow. What is the MMO that you've spent the most and the least amount of time in?
Most? MapleStory.
Ooh.
Least? World of Kung Fu.
What is World of Kung Fu? How long did you spend? And why was it such a short amount of time?
World of Kung Fu is a really old Korean MMO RPG. And it's like based off of Chinese Kung Fu stuff, right? It's disgustingly old. The character models look like ass and everything like that. And it was like tab target, like World of Warcraft.
Oh, I'm looking at it right now. This looks like RuneScape, like old RuneScape.
And the reason I spent not a long time on it is because I just didn't like it. It was just.
Was there a particular moment or factor that was just like, okay, this game is not for me?
I went outside, beat up a few mobs. Dialogue wasn't fully translated.
Ooh.
Everything was broken. It was like, seems like a shady game.
Yeah.
Not gonna play it.
And what about MapleStory hooked you and kept you in for a long time? And I guess along with this, do you recall what year you started playing? Because MapleStory obviously being a relatively old one.
I started playing right when 4th Jobs got added. And
that admittedly means nothing to me. I never actually played
that. Yeah, I'm looking up. I'm looking it up.
I've never really
2008.
Okay, wow.
2008. Started playing MapleStory in 2008. Open it up, and the reason I started playing it is funny. I watched these ads on TV. And the ads were like weird. It had two guys slapping each other in the face with fish. And like just the girl shows up and she's like, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" And he goes, "We're slapping each other in the face with a fish." And she just goes, "Why?" And he goes, "Because we can and it's free." And then that segues into, that's just like MapleStory, the free online game where you can experience the out of the ordinary. And then he goes, "Huh." And then it just cuts to them playing MapleStory.
More entertaining thing to do that is free than slapping each other with fish. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Also, I'm pretty sure slapping each other in the face with fish is not free. You had to buy those fish.
Yeah, and fish
or
can
fish
be
it up,
expensive.
which involved getting a fishing rod or being daring and using your bare hands, in which case you had to pay for the gas over there, or, you know,
yeah,
so many
there's a lot more
things.
effort involved with acquiring fish of a size that is actually worth hitting someone with.
Mm-hmm. Than just downloading MapleStory and playing it. Hee and the community of MapleStory is what sold it the most. The community was instantly fun. I remember distinctively.
MapleStory is old guard internet. Like, the internet was never innocent, but it was a simpler time.
Yeah. I can remember very vividly level 12 grinding on Genesis Training Grounds 1, which is an awful place to grind at level 12, by the way. As a warrior, I wanted to be a spearman specifically because I like dragoons. Dragoons were my favorite Final Fantasy class from anything, right? This was before 14 existed, and I wasn't a big player of 11 yet. But yeah, it was like dragoons from Final Fantasy 4 and Final Fantasy 3 on the DS and stuff like that were a huge part of it. I love dragoons, so I was like, yeah, dragoons. Use a spear, so I'll be a spearman. And the third job name for MapleStory's spearman class was Dragon Knight, which is basically a dragoon, right? So I was like, oh, hell yeah. And it's just, yeah, I was level 12 training on the Genesis Training Ground 1, and a big explosion comes out of nowhere and kills all the mobs. And I'm like, what the hell? What was that? And down comes this level 127 Dragon Knight, who, this is the guy I wanted to be, right?
Is this a plot event, or is this another player?
This is another player. He comes down, and he killed all the mobs in one hit. For fun.
That sounds like something out of an anime in episode 1 where you meet,
you're not going to even fucking believe what his name was. I still remember it. It was Yellow Flash.
Oh my god, that's
and,
so...
and the name had the 3 instead of an E and a 0 instead of an O.
Oh, that's so 2008. That's so 2008.
And he comes down, and he has NX items, which is basically like premium outfits, like cash shop items. He had like cash shop items. He had a cool haircut. He had wings.
This is the aspirational guy.
Yeah, I was like, oh, you look. And I remember, and I was just like standing there in awe at him. Like I wasn't moving my character at all. I like. IRL, my mouth was agape, and then like in game, my mouth was agape. You know, like, oh. And he says, "Hi," and I'm like, ah, and I'm just like, holy shit, this high level player is talking to me.
He noticed me. Senpai noticed me.
And I'm just like, hey, I'm just grinding here. And he goes, oh, well, you're level 12 already. You don't want to grind here. You want to go to this spot. Here, let me take you. And he took me to the
that's
spot
the
where I should be
best.
grinding. And
that's
and
the
I
real
was like
hero
brand new,
of an MMO.
and also I was like 10 years old at the time, or 9 even.
Mhm.
And I was just like, so what am I doing? And
just
and I was like,
player that's gonna,
he carried
reach
me
down like
there,
that.
and I didn't know exactly how to control the game properly yet either. And he was teaching me so much, and then he took me to the spot, and then he decided to just sit there for like 2 hours watching me kill things on his chair.
That's so
and
sweet.
he was like cheering me on, and he was like, yeah, you're getting it, you know how to, also you should put points into these skills, and put your points into these stats. And I was just like, this is the best
that's so
thing
cool.
ever.
Like,
and he added me afterwards and invited me to his guild, and we played together all the time. And I got to level 74 in Classic MapleStory with my spearmen, who did in fact become a Dragon Knight, because level 70 was the 3rd job. So I was 4 levels into Dragon Knight, and around that time he stopped playing. So he disappeared on me, and I never saw him again. But
that is the quintessential high and low of MMOs, of just being a new player, finding another player, whether that be someone else who's new to party up with, or, having that sort of magical moment, finding someone who takes you under their wing, shows you the ropes, and is that welcoming presence, and developing friendship, going on adventures, and then they're not logged in today, and didn't log in the next day, and that just
and he just disappeared. But that's what happens with life. And he did show up every once in a while to log back in, because it's hard, because I'm like that in some MMOs where I gotta log in and just look at my character for like 5 minutes and then uninstall the game right after. Remember the good times fondly for like 5 minutes and then just delete the game.
Open up the little memory box.
And he would do that sometimes, and I would say hi to him, and he would say hi back. And then I was like, are you gonna play again? And he goes, probably not, man. And I was like, oh, okay, that's fine, I'll see you later. But I met so many friends like that too in MapleStory, where I just met them playing the game, doing content. My first time doing Kerning PQ, I met a person named Diamond Kagome. That was literally their name, and it was literally based off of Inuyasha. Yes. And it's like, I know these names in my head. Yellow Flash, Diamond Kagome.
Yeah, they are people that is sort of similar with VTubers, of, you don't know people's legal names, but people know Lonestar Colt. People know just these names that you see, and that some are these inspirational, aspirational folks, and that people come, people go sometimes, and that I suppose the memories here are the VODs or the clips, or even just the social media posts of folks, in that it's not quite the same as an MMO in a one-to-one sense, but the crossing and diverging of paths is certainly a part of life.
Yeah. And it's hard sometimes remembering that, because you just want the good times back sometimes. Because nowadays in MMORPGs, if I might complain, you don't get any of that ever. That just doesn't exist anymore. And a big reason of it is because a lot of MMORPGs don't want you to have friction anymore. They don't want the game to be any sort of difficult. They want you to just be able to play the game and do the content, and then leave the content after you're done playing it. And then either log out or do your dailies or something like that, which are also not hard to do. So you do them by yourselves, or do them with a guild member that you don't speak to ever, and just they said, hey, I need someone to do this, and then you just I don't in World of Warcraft, I played during Shadowlands a little bit. I didn't know any of my guild members in Shadowlands. I didn't know them by a single name. I raided with them. I did heroic, and I can't remember a single one of them because we barely talked. We only went on to raid and do dailies.
That's one of the other things of MMOs, that just there's different ways to really interact with them. That I know folks who have made lifelong friends in World of Warcraft. I know folks who have, know their guildmates as well as their IRL best friends. But yeah, it's absolutely possible to not have those interactions. There are RP servers where people may have like one-off instances of RP, or have contiguous storylines, and that it is how you choose to interact. And for me personally, I never wound up getting into MMOs. One, because I never actually growing up, my family did not have a particularly powerful PC, and that there was only one PC in the house, so I couldn't be on it for extended amounts of time. But also, I didn't really have any friends that played MMOs. I had like one who's really into MMOs, but that I didn't have anybody to really pull me in at the time and be someone who I wanted to play with on the regular. And that I picked up RuneScape for a bit, had one friend that I would pal around with for a while, and that we were friends IRL prior to that. But just the few times that I tried MMOs, I was not able to make friends or find people that were interested in partying up. And that's very much the crux of MMOs, being able to play with others, not just having it be a solo experience. So that's how I wound up missing that boat, and that just from there didn't have the interest in MMOs. Not that I don't understand the interest, but just since it wasn't a really formative thing for me, and I wound up getting into so many other types of games and content, that to this day, it's just not something that I look at and say, oh, I'm super eager. That do I think I could enjoy MMOs? Absolutely. That I'm sure I could find nowadays probably folks to play with. And I know a lot of people that play FF14, that it has been the closest I've gotten to finally jumping into an MMO, but I recognize I have too many other things that I do that I can't give that amount of time.
Yeah. I recently started playing Final Fantasy 14 again, too. I've actually played 14 since 1.0, which is the bad version of it.
Yeah, no, I've been told the developmental lore of 14.
Yeah.
It is fascinating. The mere concept of an MMO having a hard reboot, having not only a full reset, but a lore full reset of the world ended and was born anew, so to speak, is incredible. And to see the progression of 14, because when it first came out, it was, as you said, not very good, and the fact that they've had this redemption story, and now that it is so beloved, is really cool to see.
Yeah, and it's actually weird because it's actually not the first time that a game has had a reset, especially in lore. But so I don't want to say reset though, but Cataclysm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cataclysm came out before A Realm Reborn did. I'm pretty sure. Let me look.
Yeah, I believe so. I remember Cataclysm because that was the one. There was the big lava
that was
dragon.
2010.
I remember seeing that everywhere.
Yeah. Cataclysm was a quote-unquote reset. It revamped a whole lot of the starting areas, revamped the main world, removed areas, added areas, and stuff like that. But the game kind of stayed more or less the same. It didn't have a complete, total rework of the entire video game. Same with MapleStory. MapleStory had the Big Bang patch, which essentially copied Cataclysm, where it did the same thing. It reworked the world, reworked the starting areas, made things easier to get to and stuff like that. Those moments are unique because Cataclysm and Big Bang in MapleStory both have the same thing in common, where everyone agrees the game got worse after those happened. Final Fantasy 14 did the opposite.
Better.
It's the only moment in MMORPGs where it got better, and it's the only time where they did a lore reset, and it was like an actual like overhaul of the entire game, not just the areas or anything like that. The entire game was overhauled, which is almost like it would be impossible. It would be like a sequel. You'd have to release a sequel to fix that, but no, it was the same game.
Yeah.
But nowadays, Final Fantasy 14 has this issue where, because they want things to be frictionless, they want people to have the easiest possible time doing everything. A lot of people are bored out of their minds in Final Fantasy 14. It's almost gotten to the point where it's like a glorified chatting room, because everything is handed to us on a silver platter. For instance, I'll give an example because you haven't played 14, I don't believe.
I have not.
I'll give you an example. Relic weapons. Relic weapons are these weapons that you grind for over the course of the entire expansion. And at the end of the expansion, it becomes the strongest weapon in your entire arsenal, and nothing beats it. It is like the legendary weapon that you've built over the course of 2 years. It is your master sword. Yeah, it is your master sword. And every single expansion, you have a new relic weapon, so you get to work on a new one. Every expansion from 2.0 to Shadowbringers, which was, I believe, 5.0. Every expansion had a relic weapon that you had to work for over the entire course of the expansion through different means. It was a long and lengthy process. It was grindy in some cases. You had to do unique things to do it, unique quests, unique storylines. You had to involve yourself in all kinds of different content. And then at the end, it felt like a massive reward. In the newest expansion, which is where these problems started arising, where everything started to feel frictionless and too easy, to get your relic weapon, you have to spend 5,000 tokens, which isn't like real currency, but it's currency you could get by doing your daily dungeon, and that's it. That's all you do. You do your daily dungeon, get your tokens, and you get 5,000 of them, and you get your ultimate relic weapon. Cool. You don't interact with any of the other content. You don't do anything unique.
A battle pass.
It's almost. There's no FOMO because relic weapons you can get at any time, but
in the sense that it is complete content get reward.
Yeah, which is a lot less involved than, say, the
it's certainly not as flavorful.
Shadowbringers relic, where in Shadowbringers you had this entire zone called Boja, and it was an alternate zone where your level didn't matter. So you could go in at level, I believe, 60 or something like that, but it didn't matter. None of your stats mattered. You get your own stats, and you have your own Boja level. So you level up while in Boja alone, and you fight these different, you do these different fates, which are like little quests on the map that activate randomly. You could 1v1 bosses, and it's called a duel, and everyone got to watch you on the sidelines while you participated in a duel. You were able to do a massive 50-man raid on a giant factory, which is one of the biggest raids ever. And there was a different zone after that was essentially the same thing, which had a different 50-man raid and different rewards. You could get a cool Cerberus mount if you did the ultimate version of the raid. And doing activities in that zone gave you materials that you needed to craft your relic weapon into the ultimate sword that you want. There's a lot more involved and a lot more cool because it had its own content that you were able to do with it, and it felt like a challenge to complete it, and once you completed it, it felt like a reward. And none of it was hard, but it was time consuming. And that's the thing. A lot of people have gotten scared in MMOs where they're like, there's because of World of Warcraft. Let's just not beat around the bush. It was because World of Warcraft is to blame. World of Warcraft has so many dailies that you have to complete every single day, or you're permanently behind everyone else, and there's no way to catch up until everyone else is already at max possible gear, and there's no way for them to increase further, so then you catch up eventually just by getting max possible gear as well. But other than that, you're just permanently behind now if you miss one single day, because you didn't do all like 19 of your dailies.
Ooh.
World of Warcraft literally ruined it for a lot of people. So a lot of people are scared because now they're coming up with the term like, the game doesn't respect your time. World of Warcraft never respected your time. Final Fantasy XIV definitely respected your time. It already had so much quality of life stuff. It didn't have infinity dailies or anything like that. You didn't have to do 19 dailies. You had to do 2 dailies at best.
But that then overcorrected.
It overcorrected. And remember how we were talking about slippery slopes?
So as an outsider on this one, my guess is that, very understandably, they're trying to make the game as accessible as possible, and that this was a design choice not for the enfranchised players, but to widen the ease of access, to lower the barrier of entry for these folks that want to get into MMOs but don't have the time, and that in doing so, that part of the appeal for enfranchised players is that you do need to have a level of commitment, that there is such a thing as too much commitment required for sure, and that's what we see in the example of World of Warcraft, but that, you think the sort of flow state graph of difficulty and engagement versus frustration, that if it's too low difficulty, that there's boredom, if it's too high difficulty, it's frustration, and that you want there to be that central point in linearity between difficulty, and I forget what the other axis is of skill or input, but that if you hit the balance, then it's very satisfying, that you feel like you're accomplishing something, and it is exciting and mentally rewarding. And
exactly.
That it had already hit that for enfranchised players, but that they probably wanted to appeal to broader masses who statistically on average are going to need lower requirements to hit that flow state and to be interested, and that the gamble there from a business perspective is, all right, we'd rather risk some of our more intense players getting a bit bored, feeling like it's a bit too easy, than not have these however many millions of additional players who simply won't play if it is too hard for them. Now, does that delegitimize your complaint of it has become too easy? Absolutely not. That what you are saying, I understand 100%, and you're probably right that for you and other enfranchised players, that the game has become too easy. I'm simply saying, as a outsider, this is my hypothesis on how we got there, or what the decision-making process behind it might have been.
Yeah, and it is. That is their thought process. It's like, we want to increase the accessibility for everyone to hop into our game at any time. And he also, like the developer Yoshi P, does not want
I know
you
the
to
name
feel,
Yoshi P.
he does not want you to feel like you have to waste your time playing the game every single day. That is the one thing he wants to avoid the most. So he's literally has quoted, like, there's a meme in the community where he's just like, Yoshi P, quote by Yoshi P, please don't play my game. Because it's like, he has said, like, I don't want you to feel like you're trapped here. I want you to be able to just take a break or unsubscribe for a couple months and come back when you're right and ready. And I respect that. But there also needs to be something for the people who do want to stay subscribed and play all the day. Like, people who want to play the game needs to have something that they need to have a carrot on a stick. And right now, the carrot on the stick can be obtained in like a couple hours.
Yeah. I've seen that happen, like, with other games.
Not good. Not good no matter what. Like, even if you were trying to increase this accessibility, the people will eventually run into the same problem. Your new players 2 years down the line will run into the exact same problem. And it's like, why?
And it's a delicate dance. It's the calculation of there will be more new players than players who continue to play long enough to hit that eventual brick wall.
Like Stormblood, one of the expansions called Stormblood. The story of Stormblood, it gets memed on because Stormblood, like, this story is like pretty bad. Like, nobody cared about it, but it had the best rating. It had the best side content. It had tons of cool areas, tons of cool dungeons, and it had like the peak design of class design, where it had so many unique and different like jobs, and every class pretty much played completely differently than other classes, like almost completely differently. So you really felt like you had an identity in that game, depending on the class you were playing. It was so fun, and the balance was pretty cool, except for the fact that Dragoons and Bards dominated DPS. Other than that, everything was cool. And then come Shadowbringers, which was the expansion right after it, they homogenized everything. Now every tank has a tank stance that gives them enmity automatically. And you don't have to worry about your specific skills or which ones you're casting in order to actually generate enmity anymore. Which just, now all the tanks play the same, like they just do. And almost all the DPS classes play the same, because in Shadowbringers they also introduced these role skills, which erased a lot of the old skills that a lot of classes had. And everyone gets the role skills. So every class, like if you're a DPS, you have DPS skills.
Yeah.
That are universal across every DPS.
Yeah, the term homogenization is on point here.
So when you're like, so of course you have your unique skills that you still have, but they've decreased the amount of those that you have, and now like 25% of your kit is shared across every other class too. And so it just makes like every class feel the same, and the reason they did that is, again, for accessibility, because they want to make it so that the challenge of playing the game is not from your class, it's from the boss design, which is respectable. However, you should do that, but without a loss of the class's core identity. Because what is the point of me liking Dragoon if Dragoon plays like Ninja, plays like Monk, plays like Samurai?
Yeah. And it's such a difficult thing to do in balance of just, when you find and develop certain skills. Okay, this stance, this ability is one, very powerful, two, either very broadly useful, intuitive, or just popular. The players like this, and we see statistically we're getting a disproportionate number of players going to this class because of this ability, that it's warping something, that a design solution is to homogenize and say, okay, we will give everyone access to this, so it's a non-factor to increase diversity or to increase balance, and it's in its own way a form of power creep, because it's no longer as special or unique, but it's also somewhat logical in that over time, as more of those types of abilities add up, that, like you said, you can have a big chunk being the same, and that there is benefit from a design standpoint, but also the pitfalls as they continue to stack up, and that it's so difficult for any long-term game to not suffer these types of issues almost inevitably. And that, by and large, that, you know, when you say 25%, that is a lot, but I look at that and say, okay, only 25%, it's sort of Monty Python's Black Knight. I've heard worse.
and it is a tightrope that you have to walk in order to probably balance, but I believe in my heart of hearts, a game should not be perfectly balanced. That is, like, my whole ideal is that balance should be an important key factor in developing a game and fixing a game and stuff like that, but it should not control your direction, because most of the fun things come from when things are imbalanced a little bit. They don't have to be fucking like way imbalanced that why even bother playing this class or something like that, but it's always fun watching, for instance, a low tier hero beat up a top tier, or you know, some weaker class having its powerful moment of glory that it can strive and excel at this certain thing, right, that no other class can excel at. Like, this class is better at mobbing, like this class is better at killing a bunch of mobs and very quickly. It's not that great at single target DPS. In the realm of perfect balance, every class would be good at everything, and every class has everything. And I just find that to be incredibly boring and not fun at all.
Yeah,
it's good. It's good for like CS:GO, where the competitive edge of it is like, okay, I need to know, like, every character is every character, so they have to have the access to the same tools and stuff like that. But in like a fighting game, if, like, for instance, if everything was perfectly balanced in a fighting game, you would have the same character.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
And if everything is perfectly balanced in an MMO, why would you play any class? Why would you? Why even play a class? Like, why not just call it, this is your character, and, like, you know, that's it.
The balance of balance is the most difficult thing for any game to do. But
one of the most hype changes ever. One of the most hype changes ever was in a fighting game, Street Fighter 4, where it used to be that so in Street Fighter 4 there exists a mechanic called FADC, which is focus attack dash cancel. And what that is whenever you do a move, you could press two buttons and dash forward, and it will cancel the like lingering animations of that move. So you'll throw out the move, and depending on how fast you do it, you'll dash forward, which means that, like, you know what a Shoryuken is, like a dragon punch. You do your Shoryuken, sees that it blocks, and then you dash forward and you cancel the Shoryuken on block. So the ending animations of you being in the air and you're about to be fucking punished for your crimes against humanity, that doesn't exist, because you just dash forward and it's super fast and basically unpunishable. and it costs 2 meter to do. One of the most hyped changes in fighting games is from a nerf, actually, in the sake of balance, where they made it so that heavy Shoryuken on Ryu, or any character, heavy Shoryukens, heavy DPs in general, can no longer be focused attack dash canceled. And what this meant was it created balance, because now you have to decide
You have to
be risky. Yeah, you have to be commit and go for more damage, or not. And sorry, you can't focus attack dash cancel on block, only on hit. So basically, if you walked up to them and did your medium Shoryuken and they block it, you could freely focus attack dash cancel that.
But not the heavy.
But the heavy, if they block it, you're now stuck in that animation and you have to get punished for your crimes against humanity. But if you hit
you're dealing
the medium,
damage.
If you hit the medium, you could focus attack dash cancel into a super and it would do okay damage. If you hit the heavy, you're doing like not twice as much, but like 1.3 times as much damage, which stacks up and builds up so much.
It's your risk reward scenario of just,
and it's a good sign of like balance, because they did that because why would you ever use the medium if you could just do more damage on hit and then be safe on block anyway?
Yeah, that it is, if anything can be canceled, it is always optimal to use the heavy.
Yep. So
in that nerf, they make it so there is now not an inherent optimal play, so that increases.
There's decision making.
Yeah, there's decision making. There's diversity.
So they added depth, and it made the game better. It made everyone was super hype over it. Everyone liked that change. It was good, and they liked it. And it was a nerf, which people usually hate. Even the Ryu players were excited about that nerf because they were like, "Oh, well, that's just cool. That's logical.
Yeah,
makes sense." Going back to Final Fantasy, it's like the same thing. Where it's like you want things to be different because that way certain classes have their moments of glory, their time to shine in the spotlight. No class has that right now. No class has a moment, except for one, Black Mage. Black Mage is the only class in the game that has a moment of glory, that they are able to shine under certain circumstances and completely outperform everyone else. They are also the hardest class in the game to play at an optimal level, and they're, hilariously enough, the class that the main developer plays, Yoshi P.
And that makes sense that at the highest level it should be risk reward, and that's sort of what allows it to be the highest level. But I'm curious, if you could, be whispering in Yoshi P's ear, and that if you have creative design control, do you think that is there a single nerf/design change that could broadly fix this issue? Or do you think this has to be a more piecemeal solution where you have to do a lot of different things?
I just think they need to get the concept of like ease of access out of their head for just a little bit. Like they could keep it in there, like they could keep it in their ear, but like pull it a little bit,
But
because
what form would this take? Would the statement no?
So they need to have
class overlap.
They need to have. Unironically, they need to have skill bloat. Okay, and that's it's weird to say that because skill bloat usually is not a good idea, but there needs to be sometimes skills that only serve one purpose that usually never get used outside of very niche moments. And I believe just having one or two skills like that per class would make them a lot different than each other.
So you don't necessarily think that the homogeneous skills that have been put across all classes necessarily need to be removed, but that they need to be diluted a bit.
That's a way to put it, yeah. It's probably how I'm thinking of it. It's like, for instance, back in the glory days, Dragoons had a skill called Keen Flurry. Keen Flurry's only use, like its skill effect was increases parry chance by 80%. That's it. That's all it did. Dragoons aren't a tank. They're a DPS. They should never be taking damage, ideally, unless it's like from like a big AoE or something like that. That's unavoidable, right? Ideally, you should not be taking damage like directly from the boss, which would be the only instance of parrying. However, in the instance that for some reason in Final Fantasy XIV, healers have reses, right? They have resurrections, and you can res in the middle of battle, and people will die a lot when they're progressing and stuff like that. One of the best Dragoon moments of glory was from both tanks dying, and you have aggro because you're doing the most damage. So you pop Keen Flurry, and now you're parrying every single attack that the boss does for the next 10 seconds, which gives the healers enough time to resurrect the tank, and then the tank comes back and takes back the aggro. And if any other class tried to do that, they would be dead on the ground because they did not have Keen Flurry. It's a cool thing. Which, how many times is that going to happen? How many times are the stars going to align for that to happen? Not a lot. It's just a rare situation. But the fact that it existed and you were able to do it made you unique. It made you special. It made you feel badass when you actually were able to do that.
I like the phrase here, moment of glory, that it is something that is not only unique, but it is meaningful, and it's, for lack of a better term, a story moment, in that you were going to tell the story of, oh man, both tanks were down, and I was a super badass and dodged all these things, and was able to get these reses done, and that it is a significant, memorable, and like you said, not necessarily common moment.
Yeah, and people in the voice chat, I did that specifically in T9, which is a raid.
I have no idea. Okay.
Yeah, that's just a raid. Old A Realm Reborn raid from 2.0. T9, that happened to me. I did that. And everyone in voice chat was screaming their lungs off. They were like, oh, fuck! And everyone was excited and happy, and I still remember that to that day because it was cool.
You want those
and
moments.
It was unique. And nobody can get anything like that in modern Final Fantasy XIV. It just doesn't exist. Nobody has a moment of glory except for Black Mage. Black Mage is the only one because Black Mages have this stance that they can enter called Enochain, and you put down the circle, and if you stay inside that circle, your cast speed and everything like goes massively up, so you're just fucking chucking fireballs left and right, back and forth. And a skilled Black Mage player, when they drop that, can drop it in such a way where they basically never have to move. So they're always in that circle. And if you're a bad Black Mage, then you drop it right where an AoE is about to drop, and you have to move out of it and
then it's wasted.
Lose all those bonuses, and then you have to get back into it. So that's like 5 seconds of downtime from your 20-second ability. So then another AoE comes because it's just an AoE spot that you dropped it on, so you have to go back out. And so you wasted it. Yeah, it's like you wasted it. So the moment of glory for the Black Mage is dropping that and just being able to do it for the entire 20 seconds. And you're just like, you feel like a god. You're just like, I have predicted everything. This boss means jack shit to me. I am now topping the DPS charts.
And that there needs to be more of those across the different classes. And that makes sense. So we've somewhat buried the lead here. I asked what was the first game that you played, what was the one you played for the shortest amount of time. We've talked a good amount about Final Fantasy XIV, and none of those that MapleStory, while your first and the one that you've spent the longest on, it is not your all-time favorite, from what I understand.
Correct.
The all-time favorite is a lesser-known one, or rather, I should say, in the West, a lesser-known one called Dragon Fighter Online. And that, in certain parts of the world, it is the biggest MMO that, by just aggregate numbers, it is the biggest MMO. I'm not entirely sure why it failed to grip the West as it has other parts, but what is Dragon Fighter Online? How did you get into it, since it is a more niche title in the West, and what sets it apart for you?
So, first of all, it's called Dungeon Fighter Online.
Dungeon Fighter Online. My bad, not Dragon Fighter Online.
No, that's cool.
I even have
Dungeon
it written
Fighter
down
Online.
here, and I just misread it.
That's funny. That happens all the time to me. Dungeon Fighter Online, it is a side-scrolling beat-em-up MMORPG. It's like if Streets of Rage and Diablo had sex in a Korean love hotel.
Oh, okay.
And this is the product that came from that. It's like a bunch of like Diablo-esque classes and loot farming and everything like that. Streets of Rage style gameplay with a ton of action-packed, like beating up mobs on a 2D plane and stuff like that. And then it's a Korean MMORPG, so it has a lot of numbers, a lot of style, and you could say that it is the biggest MMORPG on the planet if we're looking at numbers and revenue. It is the undisputed biggest MMORPG on the planet. In Korea and China, it is number one. It makes more money than League. Like,
yeah,
way more money. Not even close. Not even the same ballpark. But the reason it didn't get popular in the West is almost assuredly because Nexon NA sucks. Nexon NA is even somehow worse than the Satan that is Nexon Korea. Because Nexon Korea is evil. Nexon NA is evil and incompetent. They had no marketing for the game. They didn't advertise it anywhere. The only reason I knew about it when it was coming out was because I got a random invite link from an email from Nexon Korea saying, hey, try out the closed beta of this game. Otherwise, I've seen it nowhere.
It is, as of time of broadcast, the 9th highest grossing media franchise in history. Number one is Pokemon, has been for a long time and by a wide margin. But that Dungeon Fighter Online has grossed a total of $22 billion. To give some scale, the lifetime gross of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, between everything, merchandise, box office, video games, videos, you name it, $17.4 billion. It has grossed more than James Bond, The Peanuts, The Avengers, Star Trek, Dragon Ball. It is higher than if you took all of Harry Potter's box office, book sales, and video games. It is still more than that when you add in some of the other things that wow, I didn't realize how much the stage play had grossed. Wow. Anyways, that oh no, wait, that's million, not billion. Never mind. That's actually not so much. But it has made an absurd amount of money despite not actually taking root in the West, and it makes me think, if it had, where would it be?
Oh, probably at least 2 or 3 more up, right? Like,
yeah. Well, it's very close to the ones right above it, because right above it at 25 billion is Transformers, 25.4 is Spider-Man, Hello Kitty at 28.3. That if we bump it up and say that it would have gained, I don't know, if you say it grows by half or even a little less than half and gets to 30, that puts it just above Batman and just under Call of Duty. And that's obvious speculation.
Begs the
but
question, man. Call of Duty made a lot of money. Jesus.
It did. Call of Duty sits at $31 billion.
Yeah, Dungeon Fighter Online is it's got a lot of money for a 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up game made in like 2004 that nobody has ever heard of.
Yeah.
Except for me. Yeah, and the reason for that is definitely because there's a mix of things. I think it came out at the wrong time-ish. Nobody cared about any MMORPG in the West except for World of Warcraft back in 2009.
Yep.
World of Warcraft was the only one. Free-to-play games didn't really kick off. MapleStory was a wide success. That's an anomaly.
But even as a very significant success, it niche.
Pales in comparison, yeah.
The
World of Warcraft.
The layman in the West, that my parents have heard of World of Warcraft. They have not heard of MapleStory. World of Warcraft achieved public consciousness.
Yeah, so it's because of that. Because World of Warcraft had a monopoly in the West, essentially.
Yeah.
And nothing else came close.
And there were so many would-be WoW killers, and that my very small rant on it is that they all failed not necessarily because of design, but because of network effect, where an MMO's value is entirely tied to the number of people using it. Same thing for social media platforms of just the changing costs of, I need to restart, but I already have this level 80 character, or, well, I've spent so many hours here, all my friends are playing here, why would I shift over, even if this new game is just better in every way, shape, or form, and that the way that these types of things end up declining is gradual over time, and usually due to a number of self-inflicted wounds, not necessarily simply the introduction of a superior competitor in the space.
It's a lot, but
but that
definitely
this one
World of
ended
Warcraft
up being your favorite.
This one did. It did. And the reason for that is because it was stylish. It was very anime, very fast-paced, very action-oriented, always moving around, always doing something.
And speaking of anime, we wound up talking about games a lot longer than I anticipated, which no problem with that, but I do want to talk about, you sent me your anime bingo board, and I want to talk about it. So I'm going to shift this over a bit. And
let's do it.
Oh, your source isn't here. 1 second. Why are you not here?
I am disappeared. Bleh, I'm a ghost now.
Audio is here. Why is... Oh, did this do it?
You'll never take me alive.
That's not it. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. I know what it is. Let's try. There we go. Oh, dear. I'm a professional. I thought I had sized this. I hadn't. Sorry, folks. 1 second. But yeah, so we have here we have here your anime bingo, and I will initially say this is not your fault. I take issue with the designer of this input. Bingo should be 5x5, not 6x6.
Okay, so that actually is my fault.
Oh, okay.
It does start out by 5x5, but you see, a lot of people treated these anime bingos more like just their top anime lists. They didn't actually try to get a bingo on anything. So I was like, okay, well, it's not going to be a bingo to me either. It's just going to be in my top anime list. So I'm just going to remove the bingo slot and make it a 6x6.
Okay. Now, one thing I will say, part of what I think is important for a 5x5 is because it has the free space, that it is the central point, and that it enables a lot of bingos. What do you think on your list here should be, not necessarily is, but should be the free space. And the question here is with the context of it's not necessarily your favorite, but it is the one that you think everyone should see. That you think that it is something that should be sort of like, this is the standard, this is the mass appealing one that everyone should try and see.
Huh.
And that because everyone should see it, it should be that easy free space.
Honestly speaking, Dragon Ball makes the most sense.
I would say, so Dragon Ball at a glance is what I would say probably is the free space in terms of just statistically speaking. What is the one that most people have probably seen that it would have to be in terms of what is the free space, not necessarily what should be. The free space here would be either Dragon Ball, Bebop. Just glancing through, double checking. Yeah, it would have to be one of those. I don't think that Gurren Lagann is nearly as watched as Bebop or Dragon Ball.
No.
Bebop having its 20-year run on Adult Swim and Dragon Ball being on Toonami. But I think that Dragon Ball is the free space, but you think it should be the free space as well.
Yeah, because Dragon Ball, I think, is a very important anime. Because it defined a whole lot of what modern anime is.
It certainly defined the modern shonen, I would say.
It defined a lot of stuff that weren't even necessarily shonen either. But mostly shonen, yes. And it also, like, not just Dragon Ball Z, right? You have to think Dragon Ball, too.
So I guess, for clarification, are we considering Dragon Ball to be the entirety of that franchise? We are including Dragon Ball Z in this?
I
or
would
are we
say,
saying,
yeah,
okay.
I'd say we're including everything in it, yeah.
It is at
like,
this point they all flow together. It is just a broad sweeping
there's
franchise.
so many important moments in Dragon Ball that you can look at and then go, oh, wow, that's like this other anime. But then you realize that anime was made like 20 years later. And it's a lot more simple too. Like, we aren't Hunter x Hunter here. We're not Jujutsu Kaisen. We don't have a power that takes 15 manga panels to explain how it works. We just have people beating the fuck out of each other. And that's it.
Yeah. Goku is a simple man, and Dragon Ball is a simple series by and large. That you have your good guys, you have your bad guys.
Because of that simplicity, I think it's important to watch.
Yeah, I can see that. In that, for me, I watched the wrong episodes of Dragon Ball Z as my introduction to the franchise. That the first time I tuned in and saw it on Toonami, that I had heard of it for a while, but when I finally decided to sit down and watch a couple episodes, it happened to be in the middle of, it was when Vegeta was being mind-controlled by Biddy, and that he was in a stadium with Goku, and they spent half the episode talking. I distinctly remember Vegeta blowing away a side of the stadium, and that was kind of a cool moment, but there was so much talking. And then another episode that I watched was the episode where Goku went Super Saiyan 3 for the first time and spent literally half of the episode yelling. And I was like, this show's boring, and didn't watch it for a while. And to this day, I have not seen a complete season of the show, but I've gone back and watched episodes and realized, okay, this is actually a very fun show. I've seen a couple of the movies. I love that the movies are just incredibly accessible, and they're big, dumb, fun, just brawl fests.
Dude, I really love
Dragon Ball Z is what I want the Avengers to be more.
Exactly. It's just big, dumb fun.
Yeah.
I don't need... Speaking of the Avengers, man, no, I'm not going to go on that.
not quite. We have too much anime to talk about. I have seen the vast majority of anime on here. That the only ones that I have seen outright zero of are... I've seen an episode of that. Leftmost row, second from the bottom. Kami Nozumi no Shuru Sekai? What's the localized title for that? I'm not actually recognizing that one at all.
Which one? Oh, that's The World God Only Knows.
Oh, okay, I've heard of that one. Have not seen it. I have heard that title, though. I think that's the only one that I outright have seen 0 episodes of. That there's plenty of shows here that I have seen a couple of episodes and not finished. Like, I've seen an episode of Ranma 1/2. I've seen clips of Isekai Reviewers. I've seen an episode of Bo and a couple others, but I'm familiar with all of these, at least peripherally.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have... were these ordered in any specific way? Were these arranged in any specific way?
Well, my top favorites are probably at the top, because those were the ones I thought of first.
Mm-hmm.
Like, immediately jumped to my mind, what is my favorite anime? It's the ones that are in order, pretty much. But top ones, not in any particular order, but the ones at the top are probably my favorite.
Okay, so you populated this just based on the order in which you thought of them, and then did not do any arrangement after the fact, that this is just sort of fill out the slots.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. There's a very good breadth of genres here, that even among the top row, that I can see some sort of overarching senses of taste, but that you enjoy a lot of different types of shows.
Yeah, I do. I really love my action-y stuff. Sometimes the horror-esque stuff, like Gantz and Helsing, are cool. Sometimes I don't like isekais for the most part, but man, Mushoku Tensei is like actually a masterpiece.
I need to give Mushoku Tensei a third try.
So I will go ahead and disclaimer this. Main character is a creepy motherfucker.
That's the thing.
Okay.
Because I watched the first episode once,
and
Rudy,
there's a lot of...
dropped it. I watched it again later, got through the first 6 episodes, and I got past the point of totally hating Rudy, and after 6 episodes, I was like, this is good, but I'm still not over the moon about this show, so I just sort of dropped it. But I feel like I need to try it again.
What was the last thing you remember watching?
He had his instructor, the girl, and that he had sort of been progressing and gotten to... I forget if she said that he had surpassed her, if they were now about equals. It's been probably a bit over a year at this point, so I'm not remembering a ton offhand. But I remember it being episode 5 or 6 that I got through. And that, goodness knows, production values on that show are immaculate. It's a beautiful, beautiful show. Nothing to complain about there. The team is doing great work with it. And that the story up until that point just didn't hook me. But
I would say
I keep hearing good things about it. I'm like, okay, maybe I need to power through again.
The reason I would say that is because Mushoku Tensei is a slow series. It is not fast. It doesn't pace like most anime does. It follows a very strict timeline, essentially. And that's to its benefit, as much as it's weird to say that, but like, it takes the time. It takes so much time building up all of these set pieces, all of the backstory, all of the characters, the lore of the world building itself. It takes a lot of time to make sure you completely understand everything. And then it all pays off. It all pays off.
I watch a lot of anime, so like adding one more is always difficult, and especially going back to watch them. But I hear so much good stuff, and I feel like I need to watch it now, because if a series gets past like 3 seasons or so, and I haven't started it, I've missed the boat. I can usually get in if it's 2 or 3 seasons, and that's okay, even if I have that much of a backlog. But once it gets past a certain point, then it's just too much. And I feel like Mushoku Tensei is at that threshold, and I know it actually just either had a season in the summer or has one in the fall. I forget which it is.
Yeah. It just finished this last season.
I feel like if I don't watch this one, that it's going to pass that threshold for me. And this season is freaking stacked, man.
Do you want to know something funny? Mushoku Tensei, a lot of people don't know this. It's the first isekai.
Yeah, no, historically speaking, it is the first isekai, and that it took a while to get adapted, but that's why its adaptation was so heralded, because historically speaking, there are many tropes that we were talking about, things that Dragon Ball did that you see 20 years later, and it's because Dragon Ball did it. There's a lot of tropes that we see now because Mushoku Tensei did it first.
Truck-kun, that's because of Mushoku Tensei. Like Truck-chan, Truck-kun, that getting run over by a truck to go to the other world, that came from Mushoku Tensei. Being reincarnated into another body and stuff like that came from Mushoku Tensei. Like all that came from Mushoku Tensei. It started it all.
Yeah. And I'm someone who has watched a fair bit of isekai, and like many, has cooled off on the genre over the past couple years as there have been a glut, and that a lot of the first ones that get adapted were quite good, and as the
like Tanya the Evil or whatever,
and as the quantity has increased, naturally the quality has been diluted. But you only have one other isekai on here, and it's one that I continue to hold up as a gold standard, and that's Overlord. Overlord, you want to talk about big dumb fun with just like a pinch of smartness in, like it's just enough smartness to make you feel like you're watching something smart, even if it is actually kind of dumb. But I appreciate that little bit of, all right, I am succeeding in this because I planned for this. I like the politics of the show. And
the politics are great. That's like one of the reasons you watch the show, is because of all the politics and all of the parties involved and everything. And it's so fun. Like, have you seen the latest season?
Yes. Okay,
so you saw how like the king's son gets decapitated by all the nobles. And then they present the head to Momon, because they were like, "Please save us, please. We here's the head of our foolish king." And just before that, the king and Momon had a private talk where they grew to have a mutual respect for each other. So because he had that respect, and then had that respect basically like spit in his face.
Yeah.
He was like, "Okay, you know what? I'll save you guys. Make sure they suffer, even if they beg for death." He got so pissed.
Yeah, it was just.
And then he
idiots.
also
I worked
added,
so hard.
He also added, like, the king. He was like, bury the king with respect. Don't give him the same punishment. Bury him with respect and dignity, because because I respected him.
Yep.
It was a mutual respect, and they spat at my face, so they get to not die. They get to suffer very, very long and then die. And I appreciated that. It's like, it's moments like that where he's a very interesting character, because, he was human. And when he became a lich, all of his like emotions and everything like got lichified, essentially. Yeah, toned down, and he became uncaring and cold and more evil than good. But he still has a basic respect.
Yeah, and that he cares about his allies. That he
cares about his allies, and he also cares about respect when it's given to him. When it's not just out of fear, even though he will reward people who do it out of fear. It's not But like
that's not
when he
highest
knows
value to him.
Yeah, when he knows that you're loyal or you're volunteering or you're just a good person. Because one of my favorite scenes obviously is when Sebastian and Toir, right? That whole plot line. And he commanded Sebastian to kill her and Sebastian to test his loyalty, and Sebastian threw his fist as hard as he can towards her to kill her, and he had the guy block him, back off, and then was like, okay, well, you obviously are not disloyal to me, so that was a lie.
Yeah,
so
it was a test, and it was a cruel test, to be sure. But at the very least, he wasn't so cruel that he was actually going to make him go
kill
through
her.
with it. That it was,
and the reason is because she was innocent. And his whole thing is that he
still has a strong sense of justice.
He thinks innocence should be mostly innocent, and that good should be rewarded with good and evil should be rewarded with evil. That was the exact quote I think he said. He was like, good should be rewarded with good deeds, evil deeds should be rewarded with evil. And he remembered at that very moment, he remembered the sister of Toir's sister, who had helped him out when he first became an adventurer in disguise, and gave him a map of the area and the basic lore of the world and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so he was like, yeah, because of that, and I couldn't save her, so I'm going to repay this kindness towards her sister right now.
Now, I will say, like I said, I've seen, or am at least really familiar with most of these. My favorite anime of all time is on this grid. The other one, I'm not sure if it's my second favorite or not. It's in my top 5.
Okay. It's Ishizoku Reviewers. I knew it.
Oh, how'd you know? now, I've had people come on the show. I forget who it is, but I have been given one of the most compelling arguments I've ever heard for why Interspecies Reviewers is legitimately a good work of art and like deep piece of media. And while it's not my cup of tea, like I need to go back and look, because I have notes on all the past shows. This is episode 128, so please forgive me for forgetting some of these things. But that, like, I've had people talk to me about Interspecies Reviewers and sing its praises, and like from high-level auteur perspectives, why this series is good and why it is actually like the facade of it is near hentai, but in actuality, it's doing a lot more, and that that the argument was so compelling that while I still have not seen it in its entirety, I have respect for this series.
And it got canceled.
The problem that happened was the company didn't fully understand what they were getting into, and they thought that they could go halfway with the show and didn't realize what. But in its own way, that I kind of think that because of that, the series got more notoriety and publicity and probably wound up better for it.
Honestly, yeah. Honestly speaking, yes, I agree. Okay, so
do you have any legitimate guesses on which my favorite series is? And I will say that some of the comments I made about Overlord, I will say Overlord is not one of these two, but I will say that some of my comments about Overlord might give you a hint to my number 1.
I'm going to say
I'm legitimately curious on this because it did.
You like Code Geass.
Well done, Colt. and I was looking at the grid, I was like, that actually is the only other one that has a particularly high reliance on politics. There's politics in some of these other shows, but that I was thinking, all right, that might clue him in. Yes, Asgard. Jibunwo indeed.
Jibunwo! Yeah, so...
I love Code Geass. I'm not going to call it the best series ever made. It is my favorite series, and I do legitimately think it is one that 95% of people can find something to really enjoy in.
Mm-hmm. I mostly agree with that. It's really fucking good. It is one of the only animes besides Space Dandy that I've watched like more than 5 times. Like I've just watched it. You know, I do know someone who vehemently hates it with all her regard, though. Very funny. Koki hates Code Geass.
Oh.
So cannot stand it.
There's nothing that everyone is going to like. I accept that fact.
Yeah.
But I just everything from the politics to the action with the mechs, the characters, the music, and the last 4 episodes and just the ending of Code Geass, one of my favorite endings resolutions in media.
Yes, I agree. It is almost inspiring to, like, Code Geass made me cry for the first time in any anime.
And I'm not going to say it's perfect. I will fully agree with the broader sentiment that Rollo is a very annoying character. I think that he has value.
No.
I think he has value as a character. I understand his narrative function.
Did you know that in the movies that she doesn't die?
Well, that's surely not Rollo, but yes, yeah.
No, I know.
No, that they did weird stuff, and I saw the movie.
But you mentioned Rollo, and I was like,
I saw the movie, and I had this like out of body experience moment of just wait, what's going on? And I found out after the fact that apparently in the compilation movies that they rewrote it so that Rollo didn't kill Shirley. And
yeah, that's the cowards.
But the thing is, one thing that I sort of stepped back and thought about because it was so jarring that Lelouch's reaction to Shirley's death obviously is enormous. That is a huge emotional beat. But what I stopped and questioned was, what does this change narratively? What does Shirley's death cause in a continuity? And ultimately, I realized Shirley's death was meaningless. And that undoing it, if you look at the sequence of events, Lelouch always had intent to kill Rollo.
Yes.
That did not happen because he killed Shirley. Was it particularly stinging? Yes. But ultimately, Shirley's death would not have changed any character decisions or outcomes. And that Shirley as a character occupies such a unique and essential emotional function for Lelouch as your protagonist, as the only person that he has ever had a level of true romantic interest in, that she has incredibly more value alive than dead. And that since retconning her death doesn't actually change the timeline, doesn't change where the series would have ended up, I like the change. It was jarring, to say the least, that when I went into the Resurrection movie not knowing that they had done that in the compilation films, I was doing double takes and thinking, wait, is this like a timeline movie or something? And found out after that, oh, they just changed that. With that knowledge, I like the change.
See, I just like watching people suffer. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you're mostly right. It's not like it wasn't a mandatory change at all. It wasn't mandatory for her to die at all. And the change doesn't. It's like it doesn't remove anything.
Yeah.
It's only beneficial.
I see it
overall.
as an investment in the future, which supposedly we're supposed to be getting more Code Geass, and that if there is to be more, that I want her alive because there's a lot that she can still do narratively. We haven't gotten more yet, Colton. I'm really frustrated.
Shirley was good, but C2's better. I mean, we just gotta. C2's one of the best waifus of all time.
No,
like, you know.
No disagreement there. Yeah, and just the. I know some people don't like the pacing of R2. I thought R2 was very good. Rollo, as a character, is designed to be hated. The fact that people hate him means that he was written well. Rollo, as a character, is an insult.
And I love characters like that.
Yes.
I love characters that are, like, a lot of people confuse bad with villain, right? Like, or like, not necessarily like main villain, but a lot of people just like,
or hateable with poorly written.
There's an example in Mushoku Tensei, Paul, which is Rudy's father, right? Paul is kind of a scumbag. He's like low-key a scumbag, and he makes this very known very fast. I don't think you've gotten to that part yet, but maybe one or two.
Like, I do know. I remember in like episode 2 or 3 that it was revealed that he was cheating on his wife, and that the mistress moved into the house, and it caused a lot of real awkward situations. In that,
but guess what? He loves his family still, and he would die for them.
Yeah,
and it's something so real. It's something so not black and white.
Yeah,
that I value a whole lot.
And that for sorry, go ahead.
Like, there's a fault with everyone has faults. Some worse than others. Some are despicable. Like, I would like. You never cheat on a woman, right? Like, that you're dating or something like that, or especially your wife that you've promised your future with forever. But then he did, and it was shown as a very like despicable moment. It was like, oh no, I hate this character right now. And then, but later on in the series, you'd be like, actually, even though he's a scumbag, his heart is in the right place, and he loves his family. He'll do anything for them.
Yeah.
And it's like it's characters like that. They're just like, they're not black and white. They have faults. They make mistakes. It feels so weird that in most anime nowadays, people instantly judge a character by one thing they did, and then they're like, oh, this character is just awful forever because they let this character die or something.
Yeah.
Because of a petty grudge that they had. But in every other instance, they're fine. But because of that one thing, they're trash forever.
What makes Rollo so interesting? Sorry,
I wasn't. I was done. I was essentially done.
What makes Rollo so interesting, in my opinion, is because all the things you just described of, characters being flawed, imperfect, is exactly what you want to see in a good human character. And what makes Rollo so compelling and intriguing is that he is unnatural as a character in every sense of the word.
Yes.
His existence is a perversion, a fabrication, an insult to the single person in the world that Lelouch cares most about. He is the replacement that shouldn't be there, that literally should not exist, that his trying to be Nunnally, and the fact that the Emperor literally took away what matters most to Lelouch and then put in this pawn is such a unique level of insulting and awful.
It's so good.
But then also that Rollo himself is this very unnatural person and being, that he is not a natural human being, that he was created for this purpose, and also went through all of the different testing and backstory there, and that the things he does are bad and wrong and terrible, and certainly killing Shirley comes out of this it's one of the most human things, frankly, that he does, of jealousy, having jealousy. But that
in that
he is such a pitiable character that Rollo is a sad character, and that I think a lot of viewers' reaction is, well, like he's just a terrible person, and that he's weird and that he doesn't belong here, has no narrative purpose. No, I think he has incredible narrative purpose, that he is the ultimate insult.
Yes. It's so, I mean, a lot of people, especially Koki, she was like, I think, like, I just hate all the characters. And that's what she said. She's like,
if you hate all the characters, then there's something fundamental that the show has not meshed with you.
Yeah.
And if that's the
totally
case,
fine.
so be it.
It's completely fine.
Yeah.
But it's also funny because it's like, I love characters that I hate. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
I love characters that I hate. Some of my favorite characters are the worst characters known to man. Like,
there's something
like not quality wise, but just morally wise, they're just so.
I love a well-written villain, and just
sometimes they don't even have to be the villain. Sometimes they could be the protag, or sometimes they could be like a supporting character for the protag who just happens to be like in KOTOR, for instance, the Mandalorian, who I can't remember his name, but he's like just pure evil. He would just shoot anyone, kill anyone instantly. Doesn't have any regard for any human life whatsoever. But he's helping you. Who is like, you could be a goody two shoes Jedi Knight, like maximum goodness and everything, and moral, but you're friends, and he's there with you. And he would help you. He would die for you, but he's saving his own skin otherwise. And he's like 9 times out of 10 just gonna shoot a guy in the face.
Yeah.
And it's like, characters can be bad, but they can still be cool.
Now, you told me this earlier, but also because you mentioned that you populated this based on just the order you thought of things, Trigun is your favorite anime.
It's a tie between Trigun and Space Dandy. But yeah.
For the original Trigun, I liked most of Trigun and thought it was a distinctly above average series, really enjoyed it. I hated the last 6 or so episodes of the original Trigun because I felt that the way they introduced knives was incredibly abrupt, and that Vash obviously cared so much about knives, and I didn't know why I should care about knives, and that I thought he was underdeveloped, and the whole end game felt incredibly rushed and out of place because I didn't know where it came from. It just sort of appeared on our doorstep, fell into our lap, and I was expected to care, and I didn't.
Okay.
Have you seen Trigun Stampede?
Yes.
I love Trigun Stampede because they introduce knives early, and they make it abundantly clear why you should fear Millions Knives. And I look forward to the next season, and for me, I like Stampede better than the original. That is not to say that I think everyone should. What do you love about Trigun?
I love the episodes specifically that aren't about all that kind of stuff. I just love the random day-to-day episodes that they go by, that they're just traveling to another town and just having fun with some shenanigans. There's also, I do like the slower start. I do like the more mysterious knives, personally speaking.
I'm fine with slow starts.
I don't like that Vash and Stampede minute 1 when he was talking to Millie and the guy whose name I can't even fucking remember because I just.
Oh, come on. It's movie star. It's Roberto De Niro.
Yeah.
Roberto De Niro.
Robert De Niro. Yeah. Literally minute 1, he was just like, yeah, my brother knives, did all this. It's his fault. And to me, that felt so incredibly lame. It like
I didn't care for
coming from the original anime. It was like the original anime. It was slow, and it had maybe a little too much buildup, like for who Knives was, because he did like there were hints and pieces that you were supposed to build up to, but you didn't exactly know until like I think it's like
18 or 19 or something. It is late game that he is actually that the name Knives is introduced.
Yeah, if even mentioned. But I like that more, and because it keeps him mysterious, and I understand your point about like he's more of an instant threat in Stampede for sure. It's like you know you should watch out for this guy. He is don't holy shit, stay away from this guy.
I like the show not tell of Knives. That I agree. While it makes narrative sense for Vash being someone who has had his history and frankly the PTSD of everything that Knives entails for him, that he would bring him up kind of at the drop of a hat, frankly, that was that particular conversation elegant? No. What I like about his introduction, like I said, episode 3, where he just levels a city, and that the way in which he does it makes you understand, because it shows and doesn't tell, and it makes me care about Millions Knives, his relationship to Vash, and that even more so than the backstory, which they do flesh out, but that they give me a reason to care about him and to understand why Vash has such a visceral reaction to the mere name, whereas it felt so out of the blue for me in the original. And maybe it's been too long since I've watched it. Maybe I need to go back, and maybe there are more hints that I have missed.
I think it does start happening earlier than you think it does, but it is like an old anime, and it's been a while. So I had the pleasure of rewatching it recently after watching Stampede, because I was like, I'm gonna watch Stampede, finish it, and then I'm gonna go rewatch the original, finish it, and immediately compare the two, because my life is meaningless.
Did you watch the sub or the dub?
I watched the dub, actually.
I agree with that. The fact that they brought back Johnny Young Bosch made me so happy, because I feel like there really wasn't another option.
There wasn't. No, not at all. And I love the dub of Space Dandy too. It's way better than the Japanese, in my opinion. Do you know
why Space Dandy is historically significant?
Because it's the first Japanese-made anime that aired in America first.
Yes, it is the first instance of a true simulcast, and to this day, one of the only real instances of it being a broadcast simulcast that nowadays we will get every so often. Shows that will air in Japan and in the West, and that it'll be available on a streaming platform in English the same day, but that Space Dandy aired on Adult Swim same day as it was aired in Japan in English, and just due to time zones, that a number of them aired a couple hours before the broadcast in Japan. And that was just such a huge deal. The fact that any production, because even back then when this was happening, that streaming was still really ramping up, and that, way back in the day, you'd be lucky if the show that you wanted got dubbed and brought over a year, 2 years after its release in Japan. If something was a huge runaway hit in Japan, you would get it 6 months after release on DVD, and that was the best that it got. Yeah. And then Space Dandy happens, and it's fucking mind-blowing.
Oh, dude, I got a picture to show. I got a picture. Let me find it real quick. Speaking of like old DVDs and old quality stuff, right?
Oh, I'm so curious what he's about to send me.
Okay. Yeah, here we go. Here's my bed that I put all my tapes on. What do you think about my collection here?
Oh my. Oh my. I'm gonna put this in OBS in a second. I'm zoomed in first just to read all this and make sure I'm not missing anything. Wow. This makes me surprised that Ranma 1/2 is not significantly higher up on your list.
So, I fucking adore Ranma 1/2. Like, it is one of my favorites. Like, this whole anime list is all of my favorites, right? Like, when I say favorites, I mean favorites. They aren't just like, just because it's lower on the list doesn't mean it's like less favorite, but like, these are all my favorites. Trigun and Space Dandy, and like the top line of the list are all the ones that I would say are my absolute favorites that I could go back and watch 100 times over, including Dragon Ball, which is very long. Ranma 1/2 is very long, but I would not watch it 100 times over. I would just watch, I would pop in these VHS once a night, maybe, like I wouldn't go back and watch it 1,000 times.
Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, if I'm counting these correctly. Ranma 1/2 VHSs, or are the ones with the orange cases, are these DVDs? These might
the
be
ones
DVDs.
in the middle. The ones in the middle are DVDs. Yeah.
All right, yeah, but we have a lot of those, and then we have this pocket over on the left. It's Nausicaa, Spirited Away, Akira, and then Battle Angel Alita, and the box art on Battle Angel is so cool and so just. Whoop! Didn't mean to do that. Just of the era. And I'm gonna zoom in and make this look real gross and nasty on the stream, but just like, look at this. Look at you have that art of just it's a white videotape, which is already cool and different. Initially I thought this was a box, but it's just the video itself, and that you have the little art, and that's really neat to see.
Yep. I have had these for years.
I can imagine.
I just found, like, I found them in my garage like last year, and then I brought them up to my room because I didn't want to lose them, so they've just been in my closet the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I know that I did not grow up watching Ranma. I've seen an episode or two here and there. I haven't seen the full series, but I know a lot of people who hold it as one of, if not their favorite series ever. Like, there's a very, very good friend of mine whose favorite series of all time, if you ask him, it's going to be Ranma 1/2.
It's really good. Also, how do I say this without being... It awakened something in me? Yeah, Ranma 1/2 awakened something in me. Because it was like not censored. Like, anime was not censored back then. And I was a little kid when I first watched Ranma, and I saw Ranma's fat jiggly tiddlies just kind of in the bathtub, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Also, Ranma girl is really hot, and so is Ranma guy, honestly, to be honest with you. Just saying.
No, both halves, very good looking folks.
Yep. Would not mind either.
Wrapping back to Space Dandy, what about that one just really
Space
hooked you,
Dandy.
because I sort of sidetracked things with the historical significance and didn't even let you get into why you love it so much.
Space Dandy is just my favorite anime of all time. I like it's Trigun and Space Dandy are tied, but I'd probably give the answer to Space Dandy more often than not. Just because I think Space Dandy has so many different amazing moments in it. It is like every episode is a treat. I could go back to any single episode and be satisfied that I watched that episode.
For me,
none of it is a slog.
Like, for me, it's a series that I respect a lot, not just for the historical sense. I think it's just not quite my brand of comedy. That I enjoyed it, thought it was good, above average even. It didn't quite click for me, but I think that is a me problem. In that, I don't know, that I think just the brand of comedy didn't quite, it didn't quite hit for me, but I saw what it was doing and thought it was doing it very, very well. And that I can absolutely understand why it would be someone's favorite. And I know a lot of people who hold it in that type of high regard, and it's very much why I look at it and say, I think this is just not a cup of tea situation.
Yeah.
Not a, oh, I think this is a poor quality show, or that I take issue with its writing. That watching it, I really couldn't pick out anything to complain about it. And I think that that is a very high compliment.
It's just something so special to me. And I watched it all in one sitting, and then watched it again with a friend, and then watched it again to show another friend, and then watched it again to show my sister, and then watched it again. Like
it is a very accessible show that
I can just keep watching it over and over again.
Yeah.
I cannot get bored of it.
It's
just so good.
It's definitely a show that has mass market appeal, and I think that's part of why they chose it to be that simuldub, that simulcast, and that it has a lot of appeal for a Western audience, that its sensibilities, it's not a lot of, that there are certain things that are Japanese-style humor, just types of jokes, types of gags that just culturally, for whatever reason, have developed and have been sort of big parts of Japanese comedy that, for whatever reason, don't quite exist in the West, and vice versa. And that Space Dandy's brand of comedy, I think, actually tends toward Western sensibilities a bit more, and so I can see how that is one that you bring around and that you showed. That Code Geass is not a show that I'm necessarily going to try to use to get someone into anime. That one show that I will use to get people into anime, that if there's ever a case of someone says, oh, I have an 8-year-old cousin that I want to get into anime, my go-to, I say, have them watch Little Witch Academia.
Yes, so true.
That is just an incredible piece of fun, accessible fiction that is
Did
amazing
you know
characters.
in one episode of Little Witch Academia that they used the team names from League of Legends teams?
No way.
Yep, it's real. let me look up the...
And then the thing that I will tell anybody is have them watch Little Witch Academia, and don't let them watch anything else from Trigger. When showing this to an 8-year-old, that is. Watch other things from Trigger if you're like 14 and up. Trigger's amazing. That this is just Trigger's normal sensibilities are not going to be good for 8-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to show them. I
Kill
mean,
a
it's
kill?
technically guy
Yeah,
next, but you don't want to show them panty and stalking or
Yeah,
anything,
no.
right? Oh yeah, here's the picture. I found it.
Getting Panty and Stalking Season 2, supposedly, like, they actually announced it. It's not the joke that we all sort of assumed was a joke. It's happening. Don't know when, but it is.
Yep. Here you go. Look at the names at the bottom of the screen, and then
the
player names too.
Oh my gosh. I totally missed that.
That's real. That happens.
Oh yeah, no,
happens
I
even in the Japanese dub
it.
too.
I'll bring this up in just a second.
I would say the anime that transformed me is Gurren Lagann, right? That's the one that like. So my journey into anime was, I had seen Dragon Ball on Toonami. I saw Yu Yu Hakusho on Toonami. Saw Bleach on Toonami. That's about it, right? Like, well, Naruto wasn't on Toonami. Naruto is actually part of regular Cartoon Network, but same difference. And yeah, there it is. C9 and TSM.
C9,
and
TSM.
All the player
you
names.
have Bjergsen, Sneaky, Wild Turtle.
That's real. That happened in the anime. That's not photoshopped.
Yeah. So, do you know why or how was it just that the folks at Trigger really liked League of Legends? Was this something that was a known prize of, okay, like teams that win this tournament are going to get to be in a Trigger production? How did this happen? Do you know?
No, I think it was literally because, like, in this episode, it's like basically like their little form of Quidditch, right? It's like their little, and it's like a game where two teams are competing against each other. I'm pretty sure they were just like, fuck it, cameo.
Yep. That C9 stands for
Cloud9.
Well, no, I'm trying to think of what it would be if they were asked of what does it mean in their world.
Oh,
this isn't Cloud9. No, this is Cecilia 9. That it's their teacher's name is Cecilia. And the TSM is the name of like the Technical Science Magic Academy.
Yeah. God. Yeah, it had Wild Turtle and fucking Reginald.
Yeah, just I don't know what season this would be from, but these are real rosters, not randomly selected usernames.
Yeah.
And it makes me curious, is the 6 vs 5 and is the result of this match based on a real match?
You would be putting more research into it than I did at that point. In which case, if you find out, please tell me.
Yeah. I might look that up later.
One thing is, what was I talking about right before that?
Little Witch Academia, Penny and Stocking.
Yeah, so transformative anime, right? My journey to anime was literally,
Gurren Lagann.
I watched Dragon Ball, and I watched Yu Yu Hakusho, and I was like, okay. I didn't really, at the time, equate this to anime. Like, this wasn't I was so young that I was just like, oh, it's just a cartoon. This is just a cartoon. It's like every other cartoon. But I liked it because people were punching each other.
That it was just a good
and it felt a little forbidden because there was blood. And so it was like, I liked watching it. The one anime that I actually very first started to distinctly like, this is anime, was Naruto. And the reason for that is because at that point I had gotten old enough and I watched it. It was like literally the third episode ever of Naruto.
Oh, you got
that
it
I
early.
first saw. And it was on Cartoon Network, and my dad walked in. He was like, "What you doing? Oh, is that like some weird anime?" My dad knew what anime was, apparently. And I was like, what's an anime? And so I looked it up later because of my unrestricted access to the internet at age 9. And oh boy. And then I started watching Naruto like religiously. Every single episode I could get. Every single episode on Cartoon Network that ever aired. I made sure I was there. I was there for the Naruto Hyundai event, which was it was the 100th episode of Naruto, and they were airing every single episode back to back to back until it got to the 100th episode. I watched it all. Like,
Naruto is not on this grid.
Yes. Very, very, very nice that you noticed that. And the reason. I really liked early Naruto. I still genuinely like early Naruto. I think early Naruto is genuinely a good content. It's very good. Shippuden comes along, instantly ruins almost everything I loved about Naruto in like a single episode. It was bad. I really loved Naruto as a childish prankster who got into a lot of trouble and took no lip from anyone because he was too idiotic to know when to shut up. I loved him like that. He was such a good character when he was a shitty little brat. Hated him when he became a mature Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he became a bit too flawless at that point.
And you know, there's actually another media that follows the exact same path.
Where
Kingdom Hearts. Sora was a shitty little brat in Kingdom Hearts 1 who took no lip from anyone because he was too much of an idiot to know better. And he always argued with Donald. And he was just a little brat. Kingdom Hearts 2 comes around. He's still kind of a brat. A little nicer to his friends, but he's still like headstrong and like. Then Kingdom Hearts 3, Jesus Christ. There it is. He's a Jesus. He's just Jesus now.
Now, I guess the question I will pose is, isn't that a logical progression of the snot-nosed kid matures and grows up over time, and that through these different trials starts to see things through a different lens, and that they just become more mature? That I can understand that. Where is the balance for you? What would you have wanted to see in those characters?
So it's like losing the characteristics that make them, right? Like, he could get more mature, but here's an example of one that I keep going back to for some reason, with Shuko Tensei, where you don't know it, but the character starts out almost irredeemable, right? Rudy just starts out almost irredeemable.
He's a scumbag.
He, later in the series, gets way more mature through the experiences he's had, but guess what? He's still a pervert. He's still
that they retain imperfections along with maturity.
They retain imperfections along with maturity. Yeah. Now he knows better when to be a pervert, right? Like he knows that there's a time and place and stuff like that. But those qualities aren't just magically gone. Whereas in Naruto, he's just agreeable with everyone except the bad guys who are supposed to be the bad guys, and everyone's supposed to dislike, otherwise Naruto just is friends with everyone automatically the moment they see him. Killer B took 5 seconds before he said, "I like Naruto,"
that makes sense. Of just that you want to have depth and imperfections, and if it's just, all right, this character is perfect, and that's kind of the stereotype of the shonen protag, to be just Gary Stu, Mary Sue, very perfect, sanitized, no flaws type of character, and that's boring, frankly.
It's just, and it's the same with Sora from Kingdom Hearts, and don't even get me started on Deku from My Hero. I think Deku is the worst character of all time.
I enjoy Deku, because the thing about Deku for me is, I think he starts out as perfect
Jesus Christ
idealist, and that the story is about him realizing that isn't practical.
Yes, so I will admit, the last thing I saw of the last thing I read from My Hero was
Actually,
a little bit. Wait, what?
Because I do keep up with My Hero. I've seen all of the anime, have not read all of the manga. So actually, let me tell you where I am first. And
You're further.
Okay.
I already know you're further.
Okay.
The last thing I read was Gentle and La Brava.
Okay.
Right after they were introduced, I just completely stopped reading. So I have yet to get to the part where I know it happens because I don't care to read it anymore. I'm just not interested in it. But I know that he gets things get a little crazy, right? For lack of a better word. But it took so long for him to get there. It took so long for Deku to even budge a little bit on his ideals.
I'll agree on that.
Because La Brava and Gentle, that's like chapter 200 or something like that. That's some manga's like full serialization.
Yeah, I don't, like I said, since I never read the manga, I don't know the chapter numbers, but I know that in the anime, that's season 4-ish, 4 or 5-ish.
That's
material.
A long fucking time.
Yeah, you talk about slow burn with Mushoku Tensei. Obviously, it is a run-on shonen. It is a slow burn.
Yeah.
But yes, and I can understand how you might not care for that.
One thing I do like about Goku, however, and this might seem contradictory to my whole point, Goku never changes. He is almost the same character that he is.
Yeah, Goku, he's always an idiot. He's always an idiot, has very little to no character progression after maybe the first season where he learns, all right, how to mostly function as a normal human being. Mostly.
And the reason that I actually like that in this instance, where I usually wouldn't, right? Usually I want a little bit of character progression. I want some character build-up. But the reason I like it in this instance particularly is because of the role he plays as a character.
Yeah, and that...
He's the main character that exists to develop every other character.
Yeah, and that for Dragon Ball, it makes sense in that while he is the protagonist and the main character, I very much like your phrasing there, that he exists to develop others. And that... Dragon Ball also just someone as a series develops very differently from others, and if nothing else, I respect that difference.
Yeah, he is someone who has a truth and holds on to that truth for the entire series. Like, he starts out knowing the truth. And I'm just using truth as a layman's term.
Yeah, he knows himself.
He knows himself. Frieza would be someone who also knows a truth, but in the complete opposite direction. Whereas Vegeta is a reactive character.
Yes.
And Vegeta does not have a truth. He changes over the course of the series to know the truth later.
And that is largely how characters in narratives are designed to work, that they grow and that they have these learnings, these transformations, maturations, or even regressions. But
and if you want to look at it, yeah, exactly. And the way you look at it is that Goku is a tool, because Vegeta would not have learned that truth if Goku did not if Goku did not teach him that truth.
Yeah.
Goku starts out knowing the truth, which is that he just loves combat, and he's just a good character, and not everything has to be about killing.
Yeah.
You know, violence is good, but like killing is not good. You know, stuff like that.
There's actually a show that's ongoing
stuff that makes up his character
that I appreciate, where season 1, the main character is reactive, and that they start out as a very broken character, and over the course of the first season learn their truth, and that in season 2 onward, they are the Goku character that is helping others learn their truth. And that is Ancient Magus Bride.
I've never heard of that.
You haven't heard of the Ancient Magus Bride? Kind of surprised at that one. It's a relatively popular one. Had its first season somewhere in like 2016, 17, and then didn't actually have its second season until this past year.
Oh, okay, I do know it. I haven't ever seen it, but I looked up a picture. I immediately recognized this guy with the skull deer
Yeah,
head.
yeah, yeah. That very, very good show, and actually not that long. That season 1, I forget if I think it's just I forget if it's 12 or 24 episodes, and that season 2 is ongoing. It's in its second core, so it's going to be 24 episodes, but it's incredibly manageable even at this point in time, and I think it's being done very, very well. It's a very emotional show.
You know what anime I hope gets a season 4? Bookworm.
Ooh, yes, I love Descendants of Bookworm. That's very high up there for me on isekais that I just very much enjoy.
Yeah, that's another isekai. It's not like my favorite of all time, but I am very invested in it. It's like, and definitely as an isekai, it's probably one of the top 5 isekais.
Yeah. Now, there was one series recently that, after a very, very long time, finally got a season 2, and it is the worst continuation of a season 1 I have ever seen. It feels like there are certain instances where season 1 to season 2 feel like entirely...
Promised Neverland or whatever it's called?
Not even that, but... Well, because the thing with Promised Neverland, season 1 to season 2, it was the same show, and it was just executed entirely poorly. It was mismanaged from its source material, and it fell flat on its face. This is an instance where sometimes you have a season 1 and season 2 that almost feel like different genres, and sometimes that can be done well. My favorite example of this done well is Megalobox. Season 1 of Megalobox is a sports anime. Season 2 of Megalobox is a drama, and they're both phenomenal, and it's a logical progression of how we wound up there. This show, it is a logical progression of how we get from season 1 to season 2, but while season 1 did its genre well, season 2 does not. And that is Devil is a Part-Timer.
Ooh.
Season 1 is a slice of life show. It is a wonderful slice of life show. Season 2 is a fantasy action, and it is an abysmal fantasy action.
God. Yeah, I remember now. Oh.
And this was such a long-awaited one. It was like, I forget, it was like 9-10 years? It was a long time. And I was going to be all in. If we were just going to run it back and do more slice-of-life, fast food stuff, maybe have a little bit of hero demon things in between shenanigans, I'd be all for that. Give me some new characters. I'm okay with this. You can build out some world building too, sure. But Season 2 just went all in on this angel-demon war, threw in this new character that it is no longer Devil is a Part-Timer. We barely spend any time in McDonald's anymore. It is now Devil is trying to save the world, or Devil is an adoptive father.
Yeah.
And even that is not well executed. There have been plenty of found family adoptive father shows that have been phenomenal. It's not good at that,
and, you know,
or at fantasy.
That formula isn't even like the worst thing, because that's how a lot of shonen start, right? A lot of shonen start slice of lifey shenanigans and then go into their shonen like in the second arc. Or whatever,
that's fair,
right?
yeah.
And that's just the natural progression for a lot of shonens, but like it just doesn't work in that.
No, and it feels like a particularly strong
like one that
whiplash. That even if there's slice of life, that there's usually some action or similarity to what is happening in the slice of life frame that then gets escalated into the larger conflict. There was none of it really happening in season 1. That it was just, here's our fast food worker slice of life show, and you have the framing of, okay, main character is a little bit silly because they are from this magical realm, and that's fun and funny.
One anime that I think I would definitely put up here if it was a good anime, because the manga is one of my all-time favorite mangas ever, but the anime blew so much ass. There's 2 of them, actually. Negima and Rosario Vampire.
I am familiar with both of these, have not seen any significant amount of either.
Negima is a The anime is just pure slice of life with funny comedic battles. Negima the manga starts out as a slice of life and then becomes a pretty damn good action shonen harem manga that it's actually wild. Like the character, like Jack Rakan is one of the best anime character, like manga characters of all time, hands down. And there's just so many different layers upon layers of how good Negima is as a manga and how awful the anime is. It is so bad. They dropped the ball. It's completely different. Completely. Negima stars in like a all-star cast. It has so many different characters, and in the manga, every single one of them gets their time to shine, their little moment of glory, as I was talking about earlier. In the anime, 90% of them are just like background characters.
And I'm vaguely familiar with Rosario Vampire. All I really know about it is that it's sort of magic school, and that at least the anime is ecchi.
Yeah, the anime is mega ecchi for Rosario Vampire, and Negima to an extent too, but not as much. Other than the fact that when he sneezes, everyone's clothes get blown off, but that's like the only real ecchi part. Rosario Vampire is definitely ecchi in the anime. The manga also has ecchi, and it also starts the same way. Very slice of lifey, going through school, meeting new characters, and then shit hits the fan. But where the anime differences itself is right when shit hits the fan, it decides, okay, let's just ignore that ever happened, and then become more slice of lifey, and then like don't do anything. Like it's just weird slice of life episodes back to back, and because it doesn't follow the manga, the slice of life episodes are really like bottom of the barrel in terms of like quality and like how well written they are and stuff like that. But the manga starts out slice of life, shit hits the fan, and then shit just continuously hits the fan over and over again, and you're just like, oh, I'm just in a battle manga now, and it's really good. The progression was there, the setup was there, and everything was, properly hinted at and structured, and there's a lot of cool characters, and so many things happen, and it's just one of the better, it's just a really good manga, and it's done with. It ended. Me hearing that it ended is actually what made me want to go back and actually read it, because I was like, oh, I thought that ended a long time ago. What happened? And then I read that it's like just completely different than the anime.
Yeah, the whole
you ever
thing
heard of Gonzo?
Oh, I know Gonzo. Gonzo has done some things that I love, and they've done some things that I hate.
Gonzo did the Rosario Vampire anime. And it was one of the bad Gonzo ones. So,
damn. And you talk about shows that catch up to their manga and then have to do their own thing, and that's definitely something that was much more emblematic, I would say, of the early 2010s. That you see that a lot. That there was perhaps most famously Full Metal Alchemist, and then to Brotherhood, and that you have Brotherhood here on your list, which most people consider better than the original. I very much do. That Full Metal Brotherhood actually is the other one that I consider in my top 5 on this list. And that it, like I said, it's sort of a low-hanging fruit because it's Full Metal freaking Alchemist. I look at it and say it's a gold standard for a reason. It's really freaking good.
It's really good. One complaint I have about it, though, if I could be nitpicky, the original anime was good at in-between stuff.
Yeah, no, the original anime is good. That I will tell people, if you want to watch both, the original is absolutely worth watching. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
If you're only going to watch one, watch Brotherhood.
And a lot of the reason is Brotherhood really paced itself fast. Like, it rushed compared to the manga.
Really? Because if you read 62 episodes. It is not a short show.
It's not short. The manga, So it did what Shaman King did. The Shaman King anime remake happened recently, and
Well, actually, sorry, I want a bit of a clarification because I'm Chilean now mentions in chat. Yeah, the beginning was rushed, and yes, the beginning of Full Metal Brotherhood is very rushed because it's sort of it pseudo assumes you've seen the original. In a lot of ways, and that it doesn't take too long rehashing.
The original was
does
rushed,
it rush
but it's also
the beginning only, or does it actually rush most of its story?
It rushes the beginning, and then it cuts out different like parts that it would be unimportant, I guess, for the overall thing to make a. But I don't ever agree with that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. I think you should just tell the story as is.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the Shaman King. Shaman King remake happened, and it rushed the beginning to get to the shaman fights, but it didn't include any of the build up to where Yo was making friends with a bunch of random ghosts and doing the slice of life. You know, the slice. I said, every shonen starts out as a slice of life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that's just how it is. Like that Hitman Reborn was a slice of life, a comedy slice of life, you know. And then it became a shonen. Bleach was literally like a slice of life comedy.
We have on this list one of the other shows that I regard as a pretty famous, infamous, caught up to its manga, did its own thing. This one with probably the most middle level of success I've ever seen in one of these instances. That usually you hear it going, all right, they caught up to the manga and it was awful. It was really bad and the show fell flat on its face. Some you hear, all right, they did like really well. Those are relatively rare. This one, I know some think it's not done well, but I don't feel like it gets a lot of hate. It's just very middling. Most will say the manga is vastly superior and that we have not gotten a reboot of it, but I desperately want it. And that's Soul Eater.
Soul Eater?
Mm-hmm.
I knew exactly.
That they caught up. It was a fine ending. It's nothing special at the end, though. And that I haven't read the manga. I understand where the manga goes. It sounds really cool. And Studio Bones, I am begging you. I feel like there is a vault in Studio Bones, locked away, just, basement level. It requires multiple people to access it. This is, the big black box, and it says, in case of emergency, make Soul Eater. Because they have to know it is a safe bet. They have to know if they make it, it will be a wild success.
It'll print money.
And that they're just...
That was so many people's awakenings, like, to anime. Soul Eater was just...
It's so beloved to this day. Every time that there is any, like, a crumb of news about Soul Eater, everyone's like, did we make Soul Eater? Is it happening? Are we doing this now?
Have you seen Fire Force?
Yes, and I know that it's the same universe.
Oh, okay, cool, okay.
But that I have to believe that Studio Bones is just, they're waiting for themselves to have, like, a bad year where they need a surefire hit,
what's
and
happening,
that it's just being held in their back pocket, or there's something with licensing.
I bet they're gonna finish Fire Force anime and then do Soul Eater.
I could see that. But just that if there's not something going on with licensing, but the fact that they're doing Fire Force generally indicates to me, okay, they have this continued working relationship with the mangaka, unless there's something quirky with the rights if somebody else owns it, because rights for IPs like that can be squirrely. But otherwise, I look at it and say there's no excuse to not do this. There's no logical reason that they aren't doing this.
You know what else needs that treatment? Zatch Bell.
Didn't watch Zatch Bell growing up, know of it, saw like 2-3 episodes. I think it probably I think it would do well. It's not quite
Zatch
as...
Bell, the anime, was actually not awful.
Yeah, when I saw it, I enjoyed it. It seemed good enough.
It, unlike the Shaman King anime back, the old Shaman King anime and the old Full Metal Alchemist anime and stuff like that, which I'm not saying are bad, but they caught up to manga and then had to do their own thing and then had to do their own little endings, and it was kind of like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Edward meets Hitler. Fucking
Yeah, just
weird stuff. Zatch Bell actually got really far. Like, the anime is literally over 100 episodes, and it got really far into the manga. It got, like, I would say like 75% through the manga. It's like the majority of the way. But it ended right before a very pivotal fight.
Oh, that's the worst.
And it ended on a cliffhanger. And it, to this day, I do not believe ever that they would remake Zatch Bell. They would never do it. And the reason is because it's just so much. There's a lot.
It is, that makes sense. That it could be even too much.
They'd have to do it like Hunter x Hunter did it. Where Hunter x Hunter
pick up where they left off.
Well, Hunter x Hunter didn't even pick up where it left off. Hunter x Hunter started from the beginning too when it remade the 2011 version. But Hunter x Hunter, the old one, got all the way to like Greed Island, which is very
that doesn't
far.
mean anything to me. Sorry, I haven't watched Hunter x Hunter. I've seen a couple episodes. I know what it's about.
Let's just say that's a few hundred episodes. That's like almost 100 episodes in. That's a really far. Hunter x Hunter 2011 kind of got almost like it remade, and then it's weird that they, now that I'm thinking about it, it's so weird because the old anime got to Greed Island, which is like nearly, like, it's really far into the story, and then Hunter x Hunter 2011 finished Greed Island and did the Chimera Ant arc, and then finished that, and guess what? It caught up to the manga again. And the manga is not done.
Yeah, no, the other thing I know about Hunter x Hunter is that it is on for a month and then off for 2 years.
Why is it that?
Because the
Why
manga
is it
is
that
taking forever.
Why is it that every time something takes a long time, like something starts going on hiatus and takes forever, it's that they're on a boat?
Huh.
Because Berserk, they were on a boat for 8 years. Like, in the manga, like, IRL, it took 8 years for them to get off that boat. Hunter x Hunter, currently going on like 4 years of them being on the boat.
That's an interesting observation. Obviously completely coincidental, but I'd say, if I had a nickel for every time we had a long hiatus on a boat, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
It's weird that it happened twice.
I have one other, well, there were 2 other shows on my short list of shows that caught up to their source material or ended with more source material to go, and that I desperately wanted more of. And one of those 2 is actually about to get more, and that's Spice and Wolf. And I'm so excited for there to be more Spice and Wolf.
Oh my god. I'm getting tired. I think I never finished Spice and Wolf.
It's only like 24 episodes for the anime. Haven't actually. I know there's a lot more for the light novels, but
don't know if I would like it either. Because I watched the first few episodes and I was just like, I don't get it.
For me, it is the ultimate in a bait and switch anime. That I saw the key art, saw Holo nude in the back of a carton, was like, "This is an ecchi show. Why would I watch this?"
That's why I was like, "Oh, nude Fox Girl? I'm totally fine. I'm down. Let me go watch it right now."
And like, it took 5 people telling me, "No, just trust us." That I would tell people the types of shows I like. I like Code Geass. I like Death Note. That you mentioned, that Naruto was like the first anime that we really got into as anime. Death Note was that for me, to make a very TLDR. But that I would tell them I like these shows, and they would be like, "You should watch Spice One." Like, you mean the one with the naked fox? I was like, "Yes, but it's actually more about economics." And I was, you got to be pulling my leg here. I've seen all of this promotional art. This seems like an ecchi show, and it was after like the third, fourth, fifth person, and I'm like, "Fine, I'm gonna watch it." Sit down, and it's medieval economics, the anime, and it's such a blatant and brilliant bait and switch. Yeah. Just like, hey, you see this sexy fox girl? Psych suckers!
And guess what? People still watched it because they were like, I guess the sexy fox is still there.
Yeah. But we are getting more of that.
Didn't. I didn't. I was like 3 episodes in, and I was just like, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, that if you didn't actually want that, I can see how you might drop it. But
I was in it for the nude fox girls, unfortunately.
The other one, which we still have not gotten, which I have to believe there's a vault somewhere that says, in case of emergency, remake Ouran High School Host Club.
Oh! Kiss. They better have the old opening, too.
Oh, that's one of those things of, you can't remake Trigun without Johnny Young Bosch. You can't remake Ouran without Sakura Kiss.
Exactly.
You just need to, and that
dude, it's
and just
I didn't watch it fully, but I watched like a lot of episodes of it, like bits and pieces.
It's only 26, and very manageable, and it, for all intents and purposes, is just episodic. That you get the classic sort of 2-3-ish parter at the end, and it's a perfectly satisfying resolution. That the place where it ends doesn't feel like a total cliffhanger, and it's okay. And if we never get more, I'm not going to complain. But I know there's more, and I know people want it. And like Soul Eater, I know it would print money. There is no reason to not make this unless there is something with the rights that is being held up.
Yeah. And I was just thinking about it too, because just talking about not remaking the anime without Johnny Young Bosch, without Sakura Kiss, and then there was an anime I was thinking of that was in the similar line of thinking. You continue.
Evil Necromancer says they think they can't remake it without the same art style. I'm going to disagree, because we had another remake recently of sort of the same genre, the same time. You beat me to it, Necromancer, Fruits Basket. That Fruits Basket did the remake, and that they modernized it, and that it was great, and that it's not quite the same art style, but that is exactly what I want. I want the Ouran to be given the Fruits Basket treatment. What do you have, Colt?
Pokemon. So.
Oh.
And something happened recently. Pokemon. Ash became.
They wrote off Ash.
Well, yeah, but also more importantly, he became the world champion.
Mm-hmm.
He actually succeeded at his goal finally, right? After a billion years.
Yeah, and they gave him the final true gauntlet. And I suppose if you were ever going to write him off, if you were ever going to justify him as world champion, I think they did it right. I did not watch the episodes, but just sort of seeing what they did, they had him go through the gauntlet of champions.
What happened like a year or two ago when the episode first aired that he fought Leo? The original Japanese opening from the very first seasons played during the final battle. So, obviously, ever since that point, I was like, okay,
are you going to give us
better
I want to be the very best.
Original opening from the dub when they dub it.
But they probably can't, because it was a different company. They might not have the rights. Because originally it was done by 4Kids.
It recently aired, and they played it.
Okay, I need to go watch this. Crap.
And I was fucking so happy. I was like, you can't do this scene if you don't give us the thing.
But that's the thing, that they might not have been able to, even if they wanted to, because the Pokemon Company International took the show in-house after 8 years, and that they recast all the VAs, and it actually first happened with a TV movie. It was Mewtwo Master Mirage. It was this weird one-off thing, and I remember tuning in, and it was, you could hear the difference, that they sounded fine. They weren't bad performances, but you can hear the difference, and it was very jarring because there was no explanation. Then I found out after the fact, okay, companies shifted hands, and that they recast, okay, whatever. But it was weird, and that because of that, they might not have been able to get the rights, that they had to go external to get it. And knowing that they did it, that's so special. That's
that made it just
so
made it
special.
Worth it. It just made it so worth it. And then I was like, okay, yep, that Ash can fucking die for all I care now. That he's giving me everything I could ever wanted. It was really good.
Oh, that makes me very happy. And he actually just sent me the link, and I will send it here in chat for folks to watch after, because we've been at this now for over 5 hours, Colt, and I heard that yawn.
Oh, really?
And so we'll start to wind down. I'm going to put us back to the main screen. That I know you and I could go on. There's like still 20-odd shows here that we haven't discussed, but
yeah,
maybe
we still haven't talked about Star Wars.
Oh my God, we didn't talk about Star Wars at all. Like we have a list. This happens sometimes where I didn't get a chance to really get into it with God Hand for you. We made a passing mention of Marvel. Didn't get to talk about model making, but that might be some stuff of if you were able to make it to my 3rd anniversary charity marathon. I always invite all past guests back for that. I'll sort of have that on tap, hopefully, because I know that there's plenty of others who could probably jam on Star Wars and some model making with us.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But I have just a couple of last questions that I ask all my guests. First of them is, do you have any goals for the remainder of the year? That we are now halfway through October, so a little less than 3 months left. Is there anything that you're hoping to accomplish, whether it be, all right, I want to complete this project, I want to do this special type of stream? Is there anything you want to do before we hit 2024?
I want to make a month-long event happen before 2024.
Oh.
And I'm thinking it's going to be next month in November, and I have a lot of things prepared for it, but it also might be December. Who knows?
Do you want to tease what type of event that might be, or are you going to keep that one close to the chest for now?
It might have something to do with MMORPGs.
Ooh,
a lot
okay.
of them.
Oh, that could be interesting, especially with what we discussed today. I'm definitely going to have to keep an eye on that. And the last question that I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but different people get different things from VTubing. And I've had folks say, being a VTuber lets me get in touch with my inner child, or lets me be someone I can't be in real life. I've had other folks take a more clinical approach of, it's a mask that I wear, it's a tool that I have as a content creator, and I think it lets me be more creative than I could be as a face cam streamer, but I don't really have a connection to my model on a deep emotional level. And both of those answers are legitimate, and there's things in between, there's things beyond. There is no one right way to be a VTuber. But for you, Lonestar Colt, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
I just like being a fucking anime character, man.
That's fair. And I didn't even get a chance to really ask you about it, but you mentioned to me that your design is based on something from Dungeon Fighter Online, that there is some direct inspiration.
My main class that I've played since 2009, which is almost 15 years now, was the Mel Ranger class, which is literally just a dual revolvers gunslinging cowboy who literally like throws his guns like boomerangs.
Oh.
And he'll do a ton of, he'll do a like it's like it's
Cowboy
revolver
Thor? Like I'm getting mental images of Thor throwing his hammer and it comes back to him.
Not necessarily just like that, but like he uses his gun normally most of the time, but like he has a skill that literally he throws two guns out and they just spin around really fast in the middle of like the screen, and then they come back to him like a boomerang.
and that when you design your model, that you took the direct inspiration from that, and that's so cool, and especially when you're able to make it something that you enjoy.
I
so
actually
much
relate to. Yeah.
yeah.
It helps that I'm from Texas and stuff.
Yeah. And
so I could tell everyone it's a Texan thing, when in reality it's my nerd and cool cowboy thing.
Yeah. Plus, there's probably a non-zero amount of being from Texas, even if it's not the primary reason. But
yeah,
I always ask that question at the end of the show because while I never know what the answers always make sense. And that for you, you're a guy looking to have a good time, and that
that's all I ever wanted.
That's
I
what
just want to have a good time.
Yeah, that's what you look for in your games. That's what you look for in your anime and your other media, and that it's very clear that's what you are doing with everything from your one-sitting Sundays to the competitive play. That the concept of a game needs to be respectful of your time. That you respect your own time quite a bit, and that you are doing a lot of different but fun things, and that you know what you like, and you are exploratory. That there were so many genres on that anime grid, but that you want what you consume to be something that is good for its genre, and that otherwise just you're looking to have fun. And
yeah, I'm willing to try. I think my biggest strength as a person is I am willing to do anything once. Like, I'm willing to try anything someone wants me to try once. I recently got into Mahjong. Never in a million years would have thought I would have liked Mahjong. I ended up liking it a lot.
Yeah, I've seen, Mahjong has... Sometimes you see things like right now, the big hotness is Suika game, Watermelon game, and everyone's playing it, and it's probably going to be a thing for 2-3 weeks, and then it's going to go away. Mm-hmm. Mahjong has been the slow but steady one. That I remember seeing people playing Mahjong Soul 2.5 years ago, and that over the past year, it has just begun to proliferate. And you're not seeing everyone doing it, but you're seeing slowly more, and it's sort of ebbing and flowing. And I'm interested to see where the VTuber Mahjong community goes, because I think, obviously, Mahjong is a very historical game. It is, as a game, had legs and lasted hundreds of years. Yep. And I think that's the path it's taking with VTubers, that I don't think it's necessarily going to be the viral hit that Suika game has become, but I think we're going to continue seeing its slow but steady spread amongst the community, and that it will probably do what it has done just in society at large, of become one of those standard games that maybe not everyone loves, but that it's going to become recognized and understood by a lot more people as time goes on.
Exactly.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So, again, Colt, this has been so much fun. Those 5 hours flew, and like I said, we could probably go longer, but it is getting late, and I don't want you to be falling asleep at the wheel. So, do you have someone that you'd like us to raid?
Someone to raid.
While he looks around for that, I'll do my last housekeeping. So, to anybody who's tuning in right now, whether you were here at the start or got here somewhere along the way, thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you are interested in more interviews like this, I do these about once a week. I can't promise consistency because I try to schedule around my guests, so the best way to keep up with the things that I'm doing over here is just to follow me here on Twitch or Twitter. It's Vtuber Talk, both places, nice and simple. But even if you're not following me, if for some reason you aren't following Colt already, please be sure to do so. We have his links here at the bottom of the screen. They're down in the channel panels if you're watching live on Twitch, and they'll be in the video description if you're watching the VOD on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that jazz. And congrats for making it to the end of the 5-hour and about 20-minute interview. So thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you all enjoyed. Colt, do you have a raid target?
Yes, Sandy Lometsi.
Can you send me that name so I don't misspell it?
Yes. It is. She is celebrating her 200K.
Oh, wow.
All right, sorry. 2K?
2K, okay.
Okay. But
2K is still a very, very big accomplishment. I was like, 200K? How have I never heard of this person?
I mean, well, eventually she's going to get there. I believe in her.
this is a big thing that you can say you were there for the 2K. So we'll be sure to say hi to Sandy. Be sure to let them know that Lonestar Colt sent you. Again, thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. Thank you,
Thank
Colt.
you.
This has been an absolute pleasure. So
I could talk about this stuff all day long.
Oh, I know, and I could too, and just sometimes we have to put it for sanity, but
I know.
I'm sure there will be many more good conversations to come. So again, thank you, and thank you to everybody else. Say hi to Sandy, and I will see you all next time.
Bye.